And good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Clearwater County Interim Council meeting for July 22nd, 2025. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written and verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information Protection and Privacy Act. And I'm going to have to change that because we have some new Privacy Acts. Anyways, so I'll call our council meeting to order at 9 a.m. We have an agenda before us. Looking to adopt the agenda. Let's present. Thank you, Councillor Cermak. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. We have the minutes from the last regular council meeting from July 8th. Are there errors or any errors or omissions on those minutes? Not looking for a motion to adopt those minutes. Okay, thank you, Councillor Gibson. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Moving on now into our public hearing section. We have a public hearing on item 4.1 for bylaw 25/047 to repeal the Caroline Clearwater IDP ICF. So I'll call this public hearing to order at 9:01. During the public hearing, members of the public may participate both in person and by virtual attendance online. We ask that you be present with us as we work through technical difficulties during the hearing. If you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak and whether you're in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to speak with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you are watching the hearing on the council YouTube channel, it is advised that you mute the YouTube and listen via the online Zoom meeting as there's a 30-second delay on the channel. If you are participating via the online or via telephone, and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with the link provided or call back the number that was provided and we will add you back to the meeting. Now I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it's their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, and whether they're in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, Director Haggart, Director of Planning and Emergency Services, will explain the background of the proposed bylaw, and at any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out, and then anyone who is present in person and who is in favor of the new bylaw will be asked to make his or her presentation. After that, we'll go online to ask if anyone participating virtually would like to speak in favor of the bylaw. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the bylaw, first in-person participants and then to the online participants. The Planning Administration will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. So let's start off, and I'll ask Director Haggart to outline the background of the application, please.
Thank you, Reese Swanson. Good morning, members of council. As council is familiar from the first reading in 2019, at the same time, both Clearwater County Council and the Village of Caroline Council adopted the Caroline Clearwater Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework Bylaw, as well as the Caroline Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan Bylaw, both by bylaw. As of January 1st, Clearwater County amalgamated with the Village of Caroline, and all 4 of the enacting bylaws for those things that I mentioned previously came along with the new municipality, Clearwater County. So those 4 respective ICF and IDP bylaws are now obsolete, as those intermunicipal planning and collaboration referral processes are moot due to the amalgamation itself. And I noted in the agenda item some of the sections of the Municipal Government Act that would apply and why these don't apply at the time. And following the public hearing, which I imagine there won't be folks speaking, but we'll soon see, administration recommends council consider granting second and third readings of bylaw 25/047 to repeal that Caroline Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan and repeal the Caroline Clearwater Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework bylaws. Bylaw 25047 would repeal those four existing bylaws, 2019-002, Caroline ICF, 2019-003, Caroline IDP, bylaw 106019, Clearwater ICF, and finally the bylaw 106119, Clearwater IDP. So as per section 191.2 of the MGA, this amendment or repeal must be made in the same way as the original bylaw. So I'll turn that back to the chair, please, and go from there.
Okay, thank you very much. Does council have any questions for administration at this time? Seeing none, we'll now ask Director Haggard if you've received any comments from referral agencies.
I'm just double checking the spreadsheet here. No comments were received, and other than the Municipal Government Act required advertising, internal and external agency letters were not sent because that collaboration process is mute, and so due to the nature of those bylaws, but they were advertised in the papers as required, and we received no comments.
Okay. Just to reiterate then, there were no comments received from any of the agencies in support of this?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I will now invite any members of the public who are in attendance at this meeting wishing to speak in favor of the bylaw. Seeing none, I will now ask if there's any members of the public who are in attendance virtually wishing to speak to the bylaw. Seeing none registered? None registered. Thank you. Were there any written submissions written in favor of this request, Director Haggard?
Thanks again, Reeve, and no, there were no written submissions received for or against this application.
Okay, thank you. All right, so now that we are, I would invite any members of the public who are in attendance in person wishing to speak in opposition of the bylaw. Seeing none. And again, is there any members of the public on attendance virtually wishing to speak? None registered. Okay. And were there any written submissions received opposing the request? Director Haggard.
Thank you again, and no written submissions were received.
Okay, thank you. So I'll invite you to present any final remarks, or if there's no lights, there's no questions from council, so go ahead with any final remarks, please.
No final remarks.
Okay, thank you. So I'll close this hearing at 9:08 a.m. No motions entertained at this time. Moving on into the agenda to item 5.1, which is consideration of second and third readings to bylaw 25/047, repeal of the Caroline Clearwater IDP ICF. Go ahead, Director Haggard.
Thank you again. Process seems silly to delete something for an obsolete reason due to amalgamation, but it is the process we're given. So thank you for bearing with me to go through the public hearing process. Staff recommendation is that council grants second and third reading of bylaw 25047 to repeal the Caroline Clearwater Intermunicipal Development Plan and repeal the Caroline Clearwater Intermunicipal Collaboration Framework bylaws.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no other questions from council, I will look for a motion to grant second reading for the bylaw. Director. Councillor Meloff.
I can't decide if that's a promotion or demotion. Thanks, Reeve. I do have one question, then I will make the motion for second reading. But could this not be the framework for an area structure plan starting out, or a growth plan for the village? It seems like, or the now hamlet, it seems like a waste to just remove it entirely, because there's some really good work that was done in this document, and some really good overarching policy considerations that are in here, and to just lose it entirely just seems like a waste. So I'm hopeful that there's a plan.
Director Haggard.
You bet. And thank you, Councillor Melhoff, for the question. and it's a good one for sure. And I can't recall if it was strategic planning or a regular council meeting where council actually directed, as part of this cancellation process, to have staff in-house amend or create a Caroline area structure plan using some of this documentation so that that isn't lost. And that would also then incorporate some newer information like the Northeast area structure plan that's already in Caroline on the Northeast section of Caroline. So taking that area structure plan that exists there, using some of the content within the IDP and making that into an area structure plan. So that'll be coming soon, hopefully in 2025, early 2026.
Excellent, thank you, and I'll make the motion for rescinding
Second reading?
these documents, second reading.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions regarding second reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Looking for a motion now for third reading. Councillor Cermak.
I'll make that motion for third reading to rescind the ICF and the IDP bylaws.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Director Haggart, and thank you for that background in regards that not all is lost. So we are a few minutes ahead of our next public hearing, so I'm just thinking we might just take a 4-minute break. And welcome back from our break. So we are at item 4.2, which is the public hearing for bylaw 25/041 for application 22/25 to amend the land use bylaw. So I will call the public hearing to order at 9:15. And just quickly explain the process. So this is a public hearing. During this public hearing, members of the public may participate both in person and by virtual attendance online. We ask that you be patient with us during this process that could take longer than past processes as we work through technical difficulties. And during the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak and whether you're in favor of or opposed to the application. Participants wishing to speak will be given a maximum of 5 minutes and with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you are watching the hearing on the YouTube channel, please, it's best that you mute your YouTube and listen via the online meeting as there's a 30-second delay to the channel. If you are participating via online or via telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting with that link provided or call back with the number and we will add you back to the meeting. Now to outline this process, everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when it's told their turn, shall identify themselves, their organization, if any, whether in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If any presenter or member of the audience becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices will be permitted. And we ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent mode, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application, and then the applicant will be invited to outline their reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone who is present in person who's in favor of the application will be asked to submit his or her presentation. And then after, we will go online to ask anyone participating virtually if they would like to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who's opposed to the application, first for the in-person and then to the online. The applicant will have the last word and respond to any issues previously raised. But before we get into the background, let's take a moment to do introductions, and we'll start off on my right, please.
Welcome, great to see you guys again. Jenny Melhoff, the councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Councillor for Ward 7 and Reef.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Ward 5.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Amber Williams, Development Officer.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Christine Haggart, Director of Planning and Emergency Services.
Good morning, I'm Meredith King.
Good morning, Lois Hazel.
Good morning, Wayne Hazel.
Good morning. So with that, I will ask Development Officer Ms. Williams to outline the background of this application, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're just getting some microphones figured out here.
You bet.
So Lois Hazel here with us today currently holds title to the southeast of 2939-4, west of the 5th Meridian, containing 152.96 acres, designated Agriculture District A. The subject land is located approximately 1.6 kilometers southwest of the hamlet of Withrow. Lois's daughter, Meredith King, is applying to redesignate 7 acres from the Agricultural District A to Country Residential Agricultural District, CRA. Subject to a successful land use amendment, the applicant intends to subdivide the 7-acre parcel to create a third title or second parcel from the quarter section. The proposed parcel is an undeveloped site located in the northeast portion of the quarter section, abutting Lesaville East Road or Township Road 39-4A. And it is adjacent to the proposed north property boundary, and access to the proposed parcel can also be obtained from that same road. The proposed size of the parcel exceeds the maximum 5-acre allowance for an undeveloped parcel. However, it is due to the existing trees and land that is not currently being farmed. The proposed parcel is described as flat with planted tree stands and sandy loam or clay soil. There is a seasonal wet area in the northeast corner of the proposed parcel that is not suitable for development. However, it is not deemed a wetland. The remainder of the quarter section, 145.96 acres, is described as mainly cultivated and cleared pasture land with pockets of tree stands in the north and south central areas. There are 2 developed residential sites on the balance in the northwest portion that will remain with the quarter section, and the first parcel out is a developed 5-acre CRA parcel. There are 2 natural gas pipelines on the quarter section, with one affecting the proposed parcel, neither of which contains sour gas. The proponent will be responsible for ensuring future development meets the setback requirements of Alberta Energy Regulator. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agriculture with interspersed residential, and the hamlets of Withrow and Leslieville are nearby. The attached package provides more detail on the proposal, and the applicant is present to speak to it as well. Would the board like to go over all of the policies, or you had an opportunity to review them? Okay, so just moving on to policy considerations. The proposed redesignation to create the 7-acre residential parcel does not align with MDP policy 10.2.4, as it involves the creation of a residential parcel from an undeveloped area greater than 5 acres that does not contain part of or an existing farmstead. However, the additional area includes a section of trees and land more suitable for residential acreage development than the remaining balance of the quarter section. Under supporting policy considerations for access, legal and physical access to the proposed parcel is available and can be formalized at the subdivision stage. Agricultural impact, the location and use of the proposed parcel is not expected to negatively affect adjacent farming operations. Under suitability for residential use, the applicant has indicated that the proposed parcel is suitable for residential development. It effectively embraces and conserves the visual environment qualities of the area, including the topography and landscapes, and is capable of being reasonably serviced by existing community and infrastructure systems. Under the number of parcels, approval would result in the 3rd title in the quarter section, which remains within that allowable limit. Under general residential development, the proposed parcel will have legal access and year-round access after an approach is constructed, and is connected to a county-maintained roadway. There appears to be at least 1 acre of developable area and sufficient area necessary to provide private water and wastewater treatment systems. The landowner will be required to ensure that there is a water table depth of at least 2 meters, or provide documentation by a qualified professional that demonstrates to the satisfaction of the county that a water table closer to the surface will not unduly impact the development. And for location of parcels, the proposed site is deemed to be low agricultural capability based on the land suitability rating system and has a low amount of cultivated land or land cleared for pasture. The proposed site is also abutting the existing residential parcel. While the proposed redesignation does not meet MDP policy 10.2.4, specifically regarding parcel size and a lack of an existing farmstead, it is supported by several other relevant planning policies that speak to the feasibility, appropriateness, and minimal impact on agricultural operations. At the regular council meeting on June 10th, 2025, council reviewed and granted first reading to Bylaw 25/01. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspapers, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners and referral agencies. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant 2nd and 3rd readings to Bylaw 25/041. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll ask if council have any questions for the development officer. Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, Ms. Williams, I see that the other parcel is 5 acres that's sitting right beside it. I don't think that existing trees and land that is not currently being farmed justifies an extra 2 acres. I would rather see this parcel cut to 5. And that's my stance on that.
Okay.
I don't think that there's any reason to justify a bigger one than what our MDP policy 10.2.4 says. So therefore, I will not be voting in favor of this recommendation unless it's changed to 5 acres. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions from council for the development officer? Seeing none, I will now ask if there's been any comments received from referral agencies. Please, Ms. Williams.
Thank you. Alberta Health Services responded that they are satisfied that the application poses minimal risk to public health. They have no objections to the approval of the application. Clearwater County Assessment would like to say that if approved, the assessment department would like to advise the applicant that the subdivision will be assessed under the residential class. Clearwater County Public Works Operations states that if approved, the approach off Township Road 39-4A must be constructed at least 50 meters west of the undeveloped road allowance for Range Road 4-4 and at least 50 meters east of the existing approach servicing the adjacent parcel. Clearwater County Public Works Infrastructure has reviewed the proposed application and requests that a road widening agreement be completed if the application for subdivision goes forward. Clearwater County Regional Fire, the Fire Safety Codes officers have no concerns with this agricultural to CRA land use amendment application. The Municipal Planning Commission reviewed the application on June 18th, 2025. The MPC unanimously recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third reading. With the following reasons for the decision was that it was the natural use of the land and it was a square lot. TELUS Communications states that at this time, TELUS has no concerns with the proposed activities. Thank you.
Thank you for those referrals. This time, I'll now invite the applicant, if you would like to speak to your proposal and respond to any comments to support your request and to respond to any of the agency comments. Would you like to speak at this time?
I guess just there's one comment to Councillor Cermak. And the councillors that came out to look at the parcel of land we're talking about, we were able to explain and they could see why it's we're applying for 7 rather than 5. There's a chunk of land at both north and south of the proposal that is not suitable really for anything else. There's never going to be any farming in there. And so if 5 acres is all we could get, then those 2 acres are whatever it comes down to on both ends, will just sit there with no reason to be there even. It's not usable. You can see from this here, there's that at the bottom and then at the top, those green areas there. It's just lumpy land that it's not very solid. You can't put a building on it. You can't farm it. So we just thought, well, it makes a cleaner package, so to speak, if you just take it all in, and then going south of those trees, of course, is farming, and that's got nothing to do with what we're applying for. So it just comes down to better usage of that land. You might be able to put a greenhouse on it or something light like that, but if it's not part of our package, then it just sits there. So I hope that answers your concerns.
Okay, thank you. Any other councillors with questions or comments? None? Would you like to offer any more comments before I move on? Or you have another opportunity at the end, so.
Sure, we'll wait till the end. Sure.
Okay, thank you. Now I'd like to invite any member of the public who is in attendance in favor of, at this meeting, and who wishes to speak in favor of the application. Seeing none, I'll now invite any comments from a member of the public who's in attendance virtually and would like to speak in favor of the application. None registered. None registered, thank you. Before moving on, I would like to ask Ms. Williams if there's any written submissions in favor of this request.
No written submissions were received.
Thank you. Now I'll invite any comments from a member of the public who is in attendance in person at the meeting wishing to speak in opposition of this application. Seeing none, we'll now invite any comments from any member of the public who's in attendance virtually that would like to speak in opposition of the application. None registered. Again, none registered. Thank you. Ms. Williams, were there any written submissions opposing this request?
No written submissions received.
Okay, thank you. So at this time, we invite you to present any final remarks to your application.
I don't have anything prepared, but I have been discussing this plan with my mom for several years now. The property that is the 5 acres was the original homestead, and that was my grandmother's property. It stays in the family. It's my aunt's. We're hoping to make this our family space. My brother lives just on the other side as well, and I have cousins in the area. So it's the size of the property just makes sense because of the topography of the land. It's not really about having a larger piece of property. And currently, the area that is farmed is green. It's market garden, so I'm planning to take over this market garden and help my community by offering fresh vegetables. So that's part of the plan as well. So, and I just want to stay there and take care of my mom. And Wayne too, I guess. It's a package deal.
It's a package deal, yes, exactly.
Yeah, so thank you very much for this opportunity to speak.
Okay, thank you. Did you want to speak to Ms. Williams, or you're done?
Oh, we can do it at the next reading,
Okay.
but just wanted to say that Meredy had expressed that she would be okay with the 5 acres if that, meant getting the parcel. But once it's developed, she would be coming back to us for the 7.
Okay. All right, so with that, I will close the hearing at 9:31. No motions entertained at this time, and we'll quickly, we do have a 9:30 public hearing, so I'm just wondering if we could just move on to the next public hearing and return back for this at second and third reading. So, as we do have we do advertise the time, so it's just as far as people online. So if you just want to sit in the gallery for a few minutes, and then when we debate, we'll listen to this next public hearing, we'll invite you back. So we'll move on now to the 9:30 public hearing, which is public hearing bylaw for 25/044, application 24/25 to amend the land use bylaw. If you'd like to join us, please join us. This is for the applicants. Are you an applicant? Are you the applicant for this? No. Okay, well then, it's just the applicants that sit here. Sorry. You will be, I'll invite you to speak during the public hearing, but thank you, sorry. If I could have the applicants please join us, sorry. And good morning. So I will call this public meeting to order at 9:32 a.m. During this public meeting, or public hearing, sorry, members of the public may participate both in person and virtually online. We ask that you be patient, as the process could take longer as we work through technical difficulties. During the hearing, if you are attending online, we will inform you when it is your turn to speak, whether you're in favor of or opposed to the application, and you will be given 5 minutes to speak with a 1-minute warning before your time is up. If you're watching the hearing on YouTube, on our council YouTube channel, it's best that you mute the YouTube and listen via the online meeting, as there's a 30-second delay on the channel. If you're participating via the online meeting or telephone and somehow get disconnected, please rejoin the meeting via the link provided or call back, and we will add you back to the meeting. First, I'll outline the process to be used. Everyone present shall register. All persons wishing to speak shall be recognized by the chair. Every presenter, when told it is their turn, shall identify themselves and their organization, if any, and whether they're in favor of or opposed to the bylaw. If a presenter becomes repetitive, they may be limited by the chair. If a presenter, a member of the audience, becomes disrespectful, they may be asked to leave by the chair. No outside recording devices are permitted. We ask that cell phones be turned off or put on silent, and breaks within the hearing will be called at the chairman's discretion. First, the development officer will explain the background of the application, then the applicant will be invited to outline reasons for the application. At any time, council members have the opportunity to ask questions. Any submissions received from other agencies will then be read out. Then anyone present in person whom's in favor will be asked to submit his or her presentation. Then we will go online to anyone participating virtually to speak in favor of the application. Following this, comments will be requested from anyone who is opposed to the application, first for the in-person and then for the online. The applicant will have the last word and thus respond to any issues previously raised. But before we turn it over for the background, let's just do a quick round of introductions, please.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Counselor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Counselor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Counselor for Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, and Counselor for Division 7. Got the ward thing.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Ward 5 Counselor.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Counselor.
Good morning, Dawson Conley, Development Officer.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, I'm Christine Heggert, Director of Planning and Emergency Services.
Good morning, Riley Hillman with Cody Holmes, contractor for this one.
Good morning, Whitney Ferris. I'm the applicant and the landowner.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask Mr. Conley if he could please outline the background of this application, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Riley Hillman with Cody Homes, on behalf of the landowners Whitney and Tevin Ferris, has made application to amend the land use bylaw for the operation of a wedding and event venue on Plan 2421599, Block 1, Lot 1, part of Southwest 3638 of 7. The subject property contains 7.98 acres and the applicant is proposing to redesignate the 7.98 acres from the CRA district to the RF district. The proposed bylaw also includes amending the RF district to include entertainment and event venue as a discretionary use. The purpose of the RF district is to accommodate and regulate the development of major or intensive rec buildings and uses. Administration is recommending a new listed use be added for event and entertainment venues, as the proposed use does not fit well under any of the existing land uses, and this would allow for future applications to better align with the land use bylaw. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with a development permit approval for the construction and operation of the wedding and event venue. The subject property is relatively flat with minimal vegetation. Access to the parcel has been achieved by way of an approach off Range Road 7-1. This was approved as part of the subdivision process that took place in 2024. The scope of the proposed business will be a venue to offer a private location for weddings and other events that is turnkey while supporting local businesses within the community. The proposed building will be a 6,000 square foot barn-style development and will accommodate up to 200 guests. The business plan is attached for more information. Surrounding land uses are residential, agricultural, and industrial. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicants will apply for a development permit to obtain approval for the construction. The proposed area is 7.98 acres in the west central portion of the quarter section on a CRA parcel. This application complies with MDP policies 7.1.1 and 7.1.2 as it aims to enhance and promote the local economy as well as increase the economic activity throughout the county. At the regular council meeting held on June 24th, 2025, council reviewed and gave first reading to bylaw 25/044. As required by legislation, notice of today's public hearing was advertised in the local newspaper, on the county website, and comments were invited from adjacent landowners. Upon consideration of the representations made at today's public hearing, council will consider whether or not to grant second and third readings. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask council at this time if you have any questions for the development officer. Seeing none. Mr. Connolly, were there any comments received from referral agencies?
Clearwater County Public Works has no objections. The access road meets standards. Public Works Operations has no objection. The existing approach meets standards. Clearwater Regional Fire has no concerns identified. They have a couple notes for the applicants. Based on the application details, the applicant should be aware of all National Building Code and National Fire Code requirements applicable to any future planned structure. Note that the barn-style development referenced in the application should be considered a design feature only, and any buildings planned for the intended purpose would not be defined as a farm building by Alberta safety codes. Should this LUA be approved, please notify fire safety codes officers for any future development. The Municipal Planning Commission recommends that council favorably consider granting second and third readings to bylaw or to land use amendment 2425 for the following reasons: proximity to town, well laid out application with business proposal, access to Highway 11 and 22. The MPC also understands that the development permit stage is when conditions can be implemented and issues can be addressed. They also stated that it was an oversight that the entertainment and event venue was not listed in the RF district at the time the land use bylaw was created. The town of Rocky Mountain House has no concerns with the proposed application. Alberta Transportation has no concerns with, they have no objection to the application. And AHS has no objections. They provided their standard note regarding sewer and water, and that's all I've received.
Okay, thank you. I'll now invite I will now invite the applicants to speak to your proposal and add any comments to support your request and respond to any of the agency comments at this time.
So I think this will just be a great addition to the community. We've put a lot of time and effort in thinking this out and how it would impact the neighbors. We're fortunate enough with our parcel that if we were to direct, wedding traffic to enter and exit from the south side, we don't have to go by any of our neighbors, which is fantastic. We also don't have anyone super close to us, so I put in the effort and time there to calculate what our noise impact would be for those around us, and it would be like a quiet conversation to our closest neighbor. Yeah, so I think this would be a great addition, and it's everything I have.
Yeah, I can speak to the construction side about just, we've been consulting with engineers and code compliance officers and such like that. So to make sure that this building meets building codes requirements, we're certainly within those thresholds. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. At this point in time, I will invite any member of the public who's in attendance at this meeting wishing to speak in favor of the application. Are there any member of the public wishing to speak in favor of the application? Seeing none, I'll now invite any member of the public who's in attendance virtually and would like to speak in favor of the application. None registered. None registered, thank you. Mr. Conley, were there any written submissions in favor of this request?
No written submissions were received.
All right, thank you. So now I will invite any member of the public who's in attendance and in person and wishing to speak in opposition of this application. Please step up to the podium and please say your name and the organization for the recording.
Do you have an overhead projector?
We do. Not a projector, but if you got a memory stick.
No, I have pieces of paper, item number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
If you wish, I can copy it.
It's in there. I can read them. Page 3 and page 5 are aerial photographs. Okay.
Good morning, and like I said, please identify yourself and
Kind
please
of need this
proceed.
information. We're a little bit rushed here.
Oh, okay.
Good morning. My name is Walter Crabbin, owner with my mother Frederica of Southwest 363875. The family farm south of this CRA lot being proposed and discussed here today. I need this information.
Oh, you need your information, okay. So, that's fine. We'll, why don't we just take a quick break and get the information in front of council, if that works?
It's gonna.
Yeah, we can.
Okay, one minute here.
We'll take a quick break to get the information and then we'll return. Welcome back. We just had a break. We are in the public hearing for item 4.3, which is the bylaw 24/044. So we are in the part of the hearing where we are hearing opposition to the application. And just before the break, we've had a member of the public present some information. And so we just got some photocopies for all of council to refer to as they are making their presentation. I do ask any member of the public if they are going to be presenting any information. It's always nice to get it ahead of time too, so not on you, but it's that for future, that would be great. I will be timing you, so you will get your 5 minutes to speak towards the opposition of this. So do you want a 30-second or 1 minute warning when you've got left?
I'm gonna need
5 minutes? Okay.
30 seconds is fine.
Okay.
Would you like me to start from the beginning?
Actually, if you would like. So anyways, again, so we've got information. Please,
Okay, good morning. My name is Walter Crabbin, owner with my mother Frederica of Southwest 3638-7 west of the 5th. The family farm south of this CRA lot being discussed here today. Item number 1, Country Residential Agriculture District. I have a question for Mr. Conley. Mr. Conley, regarding acceptable lot size, is this regulation? What is written here on this paper, is this regulation?
I would, if you can present, and then we'll answer your questions after your presentation, or this isn't meant to be an exchange?
I need an answer to the two questions.
First, okay.
Just a yes or no?
Director Haggard?
In particular, C1A under acceptable lot sizes. Is this regulation? Or is it guideline?
Director Haggard?
Thanks, Reeve Swanson. In terms of the application, it's a redesignation of the parcel, so the subdivision has taken place already previously. With regards to size, there's varying sizes of acreages in Clearwater County from under 1 acre to over 20 acres, just depending on the parcel and the application of the day.
Okay. Does that answer your question?
No. Because according to acceptable lot size, the maximum is 7 acres allowed. This was a new lot taken out a year ago. And now, I'm gonna have to skip some of this. The original, or item number 2, the original application by Bobby and Heather Morgan was to subdivide 7 acres. Item number 3 is the aerial photo and a sketch to show what they had proposed, outlined in red. Now, item number 4, I received on June 30th, 2025, application to redesignate the same CRA lot by Mr. and Mrs. Ferris. Item number 5 shows the aerial map with the sketch highlighted in red. It's being moved to the south and is now 7.98 acres. Is this lot not an unacceptable lot size to be called a CRA lot?
Director Haggard?
Again, this is a redesignation of an existing subdivided parcel, and we're assuming that the panhandle was the difference in the 7 acres to the 7.98 acres. I don't recall the original application for subdivision.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I'm wondering what happened here. If it's gone, is this not an unacceptable CRA lot size? C1A of regulations makes no mention of any discretion of the development officer, which this CRA lot was supposed to fit into.
So it is the discretion of council of that 0.98 that could be add a panhandle, which is the driveway, that would be added as a legalized.
As discretion of council.
Yes.
In all acreage developments, the access is included into the lot size already.
Yes.
Is it not? So what do you mean it would be 0.98 added? The lot size should be then 6.02 and the access 0.98, if you're defining it that way. This is an unacceptable lot size. We should not even be discussing this redesignation today until we get the thing fixed. I'm wondering how this happened, Mr. Conley.
Mr. Conley?
So within the MDP, you can have a 7-acre development in addition to your panhandle driveway. So they applied for a 7-acre parcel with a 0.98 acre driveway. And that's in the MDP.
Councilors, we are here today to discuss amending the land use bylaw, and on Thursday, a public hearing in Caroline about proposed revisions to the land use bylaws, which includes enforcement and fines to the public if regulations and bylaws are not followed. What's the use? What's the use if our own development officer appears to be creating and or jumping through existing loopholes to get around the regulations himself? The Morgan's application was for 7 acres. The regulations allow up to 7 acres. This needs to be fixed. 0.98 acres should be returned to Heather Morgan, and this whole process should start again. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now invite any member of the public who's in attendance at this meeting wishing to speak in opposition of this application. Please identify yourself.
I'm Marie Scott.
You can bend that, yeah, betcha.
Okay, is that better?
You awesome.
Okay, I'm Marie Scott. My husband is Bill Scott. We live on the old Dovercourt Road south of the proposed venue being built. Bill's lived there all his life, and we farm. We farm with my son Brian and his wife Stacy, who live on the old Dovercourt as well. When our cows go out to pasture, we are driving that Township Road 38-5A every day, sometimes twice a day. That's the access road that they're going to be using to go to their venue. And if you want to go and drive down it today, after we've had 3 inches of rain, that road will not stand 100 cars going into a venue. We use that road for farming, hauling machinery, cattle, hay, and everything else, and maybe 300 trips a year, but you're looking at 1,200 other trips a year to go on that road, and the foundation is not hard enough to withstand that kind of traffic. I'm also worried about the noise. Yes, there are people that are living 1/4 of a mile from you or less, and probably 10 residences in that trailer court. And I know just from having the big industrial subdivision we have to the north, and also there's a huge gas plant being built near Arbutus. We can hear those noises every night from the pounding or the drilling of the wells and stuff, so noise does carry. The traffic we're worried about. There's lots of people that want to take a tour after they've been somewhere, so they come down the old Dovercourt Road. Or if there's an accident on 22, those vehicles are rerouted down that 38-5, down the Dovercourt, our old Dovercourt Road, either going north towards town to hit Highway 11 or south to hit 22 to go down through to Racinas. So that road can be very busy at times. We've also seen an uptake in garbage. More people using that road, especially 38-5. People are throwing their garbage, their beer cans, their wine bottles, their diapers, anything that's not going to be transported home. It goes in the ditch or on the road. And then the birds are carrying it away into fields. So we're worried about this venue with extra traffic, people depositing garbage, throwing it out the window, and us farmers having to deal with that in the bales and stuff. We're worried about the redesignation to RF with the change for future development. So does that mean with the barn style that you're going to have some cabins and maybe even some RV parking. And where is that going to be? How much is it going to be? Are they going to only be able to stay for the wedding, or are they going to be there for a week? Can they camp extra time? That's increased traffic. They may be taking bicycles. Are we going to see that traffic on our road? We have to think about these things when people come to take part in the country, and that's what they want to do. Or they're walking on the gravel road, and that's a hindrance too, because sometimes they're not having reflective vests. You can't tell whether they're going to get off the road or they're going to stay walking in the middle of the road. Sometimes they have a dog on leash or off leash, so that's another hazard for us. So future development, if this venue does take off and do really well, is there going to be an expansion? Some of the designation you say that could be open for more application, does that mean that these people that have already made application could possibly buy the rest of the quarter and decide to expand to something else? We wonder about that too. Anyways, what I want to say is, we have a stunning view. I agree with Walter. We live in the best part of the world, and we can see the mountains, and we're close to the river, and you will have a great view too. But what I'm saying is, if you look at your place now, you've got 2 pumpers, you've got an older hay shed that's leaning, you've got a machine shed around your acreage that are still there because they are owned by the owner of the land that surrounds you. And your conception from your artist with the beautiful barn venue is great, but come May 26th, are you deceiving your clients by thinking that's what they're going to get? Rolling hills, lush green grass, trees, it's not there. And to think that you're going to do that in a couple years, it's not going to happen. So I'm thinking that the way you're going to impact our community is probably a lot worse than what Paramount is doing with their gas plant or Perderny's and the industrial subdivision to the north. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll now ask if there's any member of the public who's in attendance at the meeting here wishing to speak in opposition of the application.
Yes. Now I would like to speak to my opposition.
You've had an opportunity.
Yes, but that wasn't speaking to the opposition, I was speaking to the regulations themselves. So I would like to speak, I have a prepared note here to speak to as my opposition to the redesignation. Would you allow me that, please?
I will allow you that.
Hello, my name is Walter Crabb, and I am speaking on behalf of my partner BYLAWS and myself, who reside on the family farm south of the CRA lot. This proposed development is potentially too intensive for this location and area. Obvious complex with our own farming operation. We operate a mixed farm, including livestock and field crops. Annually, there is a large amount of solid waste manure from the winter bedding and feeding of these livestock, which has to be spread on the land. It has odor. I don't need someone suing me for what I'm doing on my own land because they feel I ruined their special day. Or telling me when I can and cannot do my work when it needs to be done. This business could attract a lot of traffic, creating a lot of dust, which even affects my wheat crops and alfalfa. Many people celebrating and partying week after week all year round will lead to more drunk driving and possibly other crime in the area. We enjoy peace and quiet in the evenings when the day's work is done. We do, helping us to ensure the health and well-being of our family. And this proposed development would take that from our family forever. with its never-ending celebrating and partying noise. We feel this lot should remain a CRA lot where a family can enjoy the rural community as we do. We strongly oppose this redesignation. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now call again for any member of the public who is in attendance at this meeting wishing to speak in opposition of this application. Please identify yourself.
My name is BYLAWS, and I live with Walter Crabin. And I just know this will very much impact our family and the neighbors around us. The noise, you can tell us that it's going to be soundproof and all that, but the noise does travel. I have family, Walter has family that comes to the family farm, back to the family farm, from Holland, everywhere else, to enjoy the peace and quiet and look at what their family developed and everything. And this is going to take away from all that. It's going to affect the children in the trailer park with the noise that they have to study, they have their schooling, they're going to be out walking, riding their bikes on that road, and the traffic. Every time I drive down that road, there's children riding their bike around that curve, and we're just drawing in traffic and everything else, people walking their dogs. There's people that have lived their whole life that are getting to their elder age, and they need to be safe on that road. We can't have all this traffic. And it's strongly gonna impact everybody in that neighborhood, and it opens a door to more and more and taken away from the farming agriculture community. Thank you.
Thank you. Call again. Is there anyone in attendance wishing to speak in opposition to this application? Please identify yourself.
I'm Heather Morgan, and this is Bobby Morgan's on title now too. For now, I'm the adjoining landowner. I would like to let them know that there will be noise and odors at times from all the farms near this subdivide. Will this be fenced? I'm not sure. Definitely not in favor of any cabins or campgrounds at all. And one of my biggest concerns is liability. Will their liability insurance cover someone who wanders on my land and gets hurt? I do not know this, but I hope not. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I will call for any member of the public in attendance who's wishing to speak in opposition of this application. Good morning, please identify yourself.
Good morning, I'm Don Forsyth. I live on and farm the land adjacent to the west of them. It's too bad that we didn't have any discussion with these people prior to them coming forward and making these requests for CRA changes. They might have felt that, they might have realized then that it was not something that we wanted in the area. It's difficult. We've been there all our lives, since 1945. And suddenly we're going to have an entertainment venue in the middle of our farming operations. And I would like to know your definition of an entertainment venue. Is it going to be a 3-day weekend rock concert? We're going to have it there. There's going to be parking for RVs. There's going to be tents. There's going to be whatever. No one has said what this is actually going to be. It's wide open. So in the future, can you purchase more land? Can you expand? I think this has already been brought up. Is there going to be RV parking? Now, it looks like the control for RV parking is one of the subjects that will be discussed probably next Thursday, because the county now wants to have a 2-week period where you can have your relatives come and park on your land for the summer holidays, and they have to get off after 2 weeks. Everything is kind of out of control on this subdivision redesignation, and I just would hope somebody will take it on the council, would just stop and think for a minute. Is this exactly what you would like to have beside your operation wherever you live? Whether you're an acreage, whether you're a farm, whether you're retired and living in the old farmstead, doesn't matter. Are you going to want this beside you with no controls? So I think it needs more research. I hope that the council will back up a little bit and take another breath and come back later on. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now ask any other member of the public wishing to speak in opposition. Please identify yourself.
I'm Jeremy Forsyth. I own and farm on the quarter southwest of this parcel that's designated up there. Many of the points that were brought up by other of my neighbors have good merit. Basically, I also have issues with the increased proposed traffic that will be going up and down that road. The road is already under maintained. The road is flooded for about 3-4 months of the year because the ditches are not sufficient to take all the drain water that leaves our fields. Currently it backlogs and is at least 6 inches deep for quite a few months. The ditches are not deep enough. They have blow down trees which have been past their date of life for about 30 years, and they've been falling on the road every windstorm. So you're opening up a huge amount of traffic, that increase, with all these danger trees that are falling all over everything, where you're going to saturate all the surrounding roads with sightseers. We're currently already having a lot of that spilling out of town. The town doesn't seem to have enough room for people to do walking trails and take their animals for walks. So we're now experiencing on all of our approaches people parking, and it's like, hey, it's an approach, we can park here. Yeah, fair enough. These are approaches into our properties for access to our areas of our land, and now they're becoming parking lots. Those parking lots are covered in trash, they're covered in toilet paper, they're covered in defecation. These are things we are not happy about in our area, and I feel that purchasing a farm residence and then turning it into a business is kind of it's kind of misrepresenting why you bought the place. I see the division with the highway to more business oriented, as you can see with the Paderni subdivision. Since that went in, our noise levels have become crazy. All this is on top of a hill, so the rest of us eat it. We all have to enjoy that slamming of gravel boxes and revving of diesel engines. Not what I would want in my background of my wedding, but that occurs all the time. The dust that comes off of these roads is extensive with the small amount of traffic relative to our use. If you put 200 occupants down there every weekend, which is, the goal would be to be at full capacity. Otherwise, this business plan doesn't work. So by doing that, we are pushing ourselves to have that kind of elevated use. So I'm totally not in favor of that kind of redesignation. For sure, the infrastructure on the Old Dovercourt Road and all the surrounding roads to it have been neglected for quite a few decades. And if we're not going to clean up our backyard first, I don't think we should be putting a new coat of paint on it. So thanks.
Thank you. I will now ask if there's anyone in attendance wishing to speak in opposition of this application. Anyone in attendance wishing to speak in opposition, please step forward in attendance. Seeing no other, I'll now invite any member of the public in attendance virtually would like to speak. None registered, thank you. So moving on, Mr. Conley, were there any written submissions opposing this request that were received by you?
I received one written submission this morning. It is from Frederica Krabben. I'm the owner with my son Walter of Southwest 3638 of 7, the family farm south of this CRA lot being discussed here today, which was established in 1964 by my family. I oppose this application to redesignate Bylaw 25/044 from CRA to RF. I believe this proposed development would be too intensive for this area, which does not fit well with the agriculture community. We enjoy peace and quiet in the evenings when the day's work is done, helping to ensure the health and well-being of our family. This proposed development would take that from our family forever with its never-ending celebrating and partying. I feel this should remain a CRA lot where a family could enjoy the rural community as we do now. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'll invite the applicant to present your final remarks.
Hi, okay, if I could, I'd look back to everyone there and speak into my microphone, but I'd just like to say I do appreciate all of your concerns. I would like to address, I'm willing to work with the community and those around us to make this work. In terms of, dust on the road, everything like that, I figured this is something that would come up a little later on when we're applying for the development permits. But as a company, my husband and I, we'd see what we could do to maintain the road and put money, back into maintaining the road, as well as, finding ways to clean up any garbage or any excess that people may leave behind. I do believe that's important. I grew up a country kid myself and a 4-H kid, and there's lots of opportunity out there for me to help the community, maybe through sponsorship and whatnot, and for them to come and help us, maybe by way of picking up garbage along the roads and that sort of thing. In terms of noise, again, we are quite far away from any other residences, and I did put, did the calculations to see what that noise level would be like. In terms of, how we want to operate, our busy season certainly would be the summer, and weekends is when, guests would be coming and staying. In terms of staying on the property, you will see in my business application there that I did mention camping. I think that, would be a great opportunity, for the business. That being said, that is a very long-term goal. Our initial goal is just to get, the building up and running, and have this addition for the community, somewhere for people to come and get married and enjoy, what we get to enjoy every day. We were fortunate ourselves to get married at the Big Red Barn outside of Lacombe, which is also a wedding venue that is very close to the community. And it's been run, quite successfully and with the community. And I'm hoping that we can do the same thing. There's lots of other wedding venues out there that are close to the community, or do have agriculture and farming around them, and they seem to make it work. So I'm open to chatting with my neighbors. I am new to the community, but I'm sure we can find a way to make this work.
Okay, thank you. All right, so with those final remarks, I will now close the hearing at 10:19. No motions will be entertained at this time. Now moving on to this item as 5.3, this consideration of second and third readings for this application. I'll turn it over again to Mr. Conley for a quick background.
Thank you, Reed. Just to go over the application again, the purpose of bylaw 25/044 is to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw to redesignate 7.98 acres known as Plan 2421599, Block 1, Lot 1, from the CRA district to the RF district. The proposed bylaw also includes amending the RF district to include entertainment and event venue as a discretionary use. The purpose of the RF district is to accommodate and regulate the development of major or intensive recreational buildings and uses. Would council like me to address some of the comments that were made at the public hearing?
Sure, please.
So going back to the lot size, the parcel was legally created, registered with land titles, and it is privately owned. So the municipality cannot take the 0.98 acres back. The 7.98 acres complies with the MDP as the 0.98 is the panhandle driveway.
How can that decision be made already, Mr. Conley?
That was made last year with the subdivision.
But it needs to be fixed.
Any property owner has the opportunity to apply for a subdivision, and the parcel is approved in accordance with the MDP and LUB. The subject property cannot be expanded unless both landowners consent to it. The quarter owner would have to be willing to sell a portion to the acreage owners. Some of the other concerns that were brought forward, traffic, road Garbage, those can be addressed at the development permit stage. Same with future development, legal issues, dust, crime, and noise reduction. Upon consideration of the representation made at today's public hearing, council should consider whether or not they would like to grant second and third readings. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, looking at what the will of this council is, if they wanted to start with the motion for second reading, and we can have a debate, or we can discuss further about second and third reading. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious, with other larger scale developments, we often have them do like a public outreach meeting, et cetera. I know this one did not. Is there an opportunity to table this decision until that can be done, so that some of the concerns can be discussed directly with the community in a more direct venue with them, with one-on-one conversations or group conversation, rather than at a public hearing? We can table this decision until all those can be mitigated.
I guess if that's the direction council wishes to take, that could also be done at the development permit stage. They could bring in a report from their neighbors of concerns, and that could be addressed then, or if council wants to do it now.
For sure, but then it's too late.
Yeah.
So if it's already redesignated, then, I mean, there is a provision within the bylaw for us to revoke a designation. After 12 months of development, we can revoke a designation if it hasn't taken place. That's very rare that is ever done. In fact, it has not been done in my time sitting here. I think it would be better to make sure that those are mitigated rather than it just directly being a no. I think it'd be better to make sure that that's done, and then we don't have to go through a revocation process if it isn't mitigated.
Any other thoughts or questions, or looking for a motion? Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I certainly hear what you're saying, Councillor Melhoff. I think there's that opportunity to have that conversation within the neighborhood, and it kind of can dispel some of those fears and things I've heard. The public hearing was enlightening for me in that I heard a lot of comments about the structure of that road, such as the ditches are inadequate, it's flooded, there's trees falling across the road, there's people walking dogs, there's excrement all over the place. Having that kind of feedback on our roads and knowing how well our roads are viewed in other places, I was just wondering, maybe administration can answer, have there been a lot of complaints previous on this section of road? Yes. And kind of why is that being brought forward today as a reason when we're looking at a land use redesignation?
Excuse me,
can
we have a picture of who's talking on the screen so we can see that person? Like you had in the previously?
CAO Emmons?
Thank you, Swanson. Councillor Lloyd. To the best of my knowledge, no, but I can definitely check with Public Works. I know every road in Clearwater County is rated. That's how they pick out their priority for which roads will be rebuilt, and I can definitely follow up.
Okay, thank you. Councillors,
Council makes decisions based on the appropriateness of a development or a proposed land use redesignation within an area to understand if it's an appropriate use for the existing infrastructure that's in place at that time. Public feedback and comments have me question that, so I think that would be useful information for me to have to make a decision on whether this is an appropriate land use amendment.
all right, any other comments or questions from council or a motion? Anybody else? Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Well, I would make the motion then to table until all of the road questions can be determined and the community's concerns can be mitigated or discussed with the community and the potential developer.
Okay, motion to table. I would agree that listening to the concerns from the opposition, I believe there's comments that need to be addressed. And we all know that economic development is important in our community, and we understand too that with development that there can be some mixed use, but we also want to ensure that the people that are living around their concerns are at least, you know, mitigated and with that. So I would be in favor of the tabling till further information could be worked out. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and I, of course, will support the motion to table as well. My first impressions, having toured this potential development with the Municipal Planning Commission, was that it was in a very picturesque spot. It seemed appropriate from many of the aspects of our municipal development plan, and it had some buffering around other properties. The community is saying that buffering isn't enough or is ideal, so we want to make sure that you have the opportunity to articulate what you believe is important and how it aligns with our policies that guide us in these decisions. And I look forward to that coming back to us at a later date.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, motion on the floor to table. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. So Mr. Conley will direct you on the next steps, but thank you for coming in. You bet, you bet. So with that, we will go back to item 5.2, which is the consideration of second and third reading for bylaw 25/041, application 22/25, and I'll invite the applicants back to council. Thank you. Okay. Thank you again. So with that, we will open up item 5.2, and I'll turn that over to Ms. Williams, please.
Thank you, Reeve. So upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, administration requests that council consider whether or not to grant second and third readings of bylaw 25/041 for application number 2225 to amend the land use bylaw.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time. Sorry, it's probably back.
Okay, it's probably better now.
Yes. Okay, sorry.
I just read through the recommendation. Upon consideration of the representations made at the public hearing, we request that council consider whether or not to grant second and third readings of bylaw 25/041 for application number 22/25 to amend the land use bylaw. So the purpose of the bylaw was to amend Clearwater County's land use bylaw 714/01 to redesignate 7 acres of the southeast of 39/39/4 west of 5th Meridian from the Agriculture District A to the Country Residential District CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant will proceed with the subdivision process to create a 7-acre undeveloped CRA parcel as the third title or second parcel from the quarter section. Please refer to the documents attached to the agenda item for the public hearing for further details. And then at the regular council meeting on June 10, 2025, council reviewed and granted first reading to the bylaw 25/01. And as required by legislation, notice of the public hearing was advertised in local newspapers and comments were invited, as you have already heard. So thank you.
Great. So with that, we're looking for consideration of second and third readings. So Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I have to admit, when this first came to us at first reading, I felt the parcel was too large, just looking at the aerial view, that it should be cut back to the same line as the other acreage and making it 5 acres. But having had the opportunity to tour this site with MPC, I see exactly what the landowners are talking about. I think they might be able to get 100 feet or so and convert it to agriculture there, but for the large part, it just fits. The area to the northeast of the proposed subdivision, the proposed acreage is wet. So I don't know how wet it is right now after all this rain, but it's probably worse. So it's not really suitable for development. So going with the larger parcel makes sense to allow enough room for a residence and any outbuildings, whatever utilities are required there. So I would make the motion for second reading of bylaw 25/041.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Councillor Lloyd?
And I will be supporting the motion for many of the same reasons. Having toured the actual site with the Municipal Planning Commission, I see that much of the space is undevelopable and unfarmable, but best suited for what the use has been up to this point. There is a planted grove of trees there, and this would really complement the past use of it and the future use of it. I think it would. It makes sense when you see it, and I don't think it's directly affecting any farmable land as well, and it very much fits within the character of the community and of the area.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melhoff? It's fine. Oh, okay. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I have a problem with this one being up the bigger size of 7 acres, 5 acres. When we did our MDP, we spent months debating, had open houses, had it up at the Loose Soppin for a whole day, and we settled on that any undeveloped land would be 5 acres and nothing larger. That's our bylaw. The bylaw 10.2.4 says that. So why are we making bylaws if we don't want to live by them? So I will be voting against this.
Okay.
We spent thousands of dollars creating that MDA, and then we're going to disregard it when it comes up. Thanks.
I will say that when we went through that whole process, yes, it was a very hard, but I will say that not every piece of property in our county is the same, and so therefore we have the discretion as of council to add or take away from those acres. And I have driven by this your place quite a few times, and I see the lowland and I recognize that. But I also know that you are farming. That's what a tree is. So you are doing that as well. So with what's going on. So I see. I think you've taken a lot of consideration in how you have. How you use that piece of property. Like you've mentioned, it's been in your family for a long time, so I will be supporting the 7 acres and as presented. So, Councillor Melhoff, and then I'll go to Councillor Lottie.
Thank you, Reeve. Deputy Reeve Cermak, I normally would agree. However, in the interest of like the red tape reduction end of this, the minute it's developed, they will come back and have to pay fee, have to see us, and all of the things that go with this to do an amendment to the application to bring it to 7 acres. Why? When we know it's going to be developed, we know they're going to continue with farming operations in the forms of market garden, which is extremely important. If you've tried our beets are amazing, by the way. It truly is in the best interest of us as a councillor, as fiscally responsible leaders in the community, to remove the red tape on this application and approve it at a 7 acre parcel, knowing that they will 100% be developing this and being a great addition to our community. So I will be supporting second reading.
Councillor Lloyd?
And thank you. And this is one of the challenges we face because our land was created with divisions that were just square lines drawn on a map. And we're even looking at one right now. It's a planned form of that. When you see the actual lay of the land, you know that much of that space is undevelopable. It will not be further subdivided. It can't be even through our rules, which would require an area structure plan or outline plan to do that. So, I mean, we could reduce this to that minimum or maximum size that it was outlined, but it takes away the case to case, what makes sense for the way the property is opposed to those artificial lines that were drawn on a map. And this is one of those cases where we can use our discretion to say this just makes sense and approve this land use amendment.
Okay. All right, so with that, seeing no further lights, I'll call the question for second reading. All those in favor, second reading. Those opposed, that motion's carried. Looking for a motion, Councillor Lahi, do you have your light?
I would be pleased to make a motion for third reading.
Third reading, okay. Councillor Cermak,
I'd like a recorded vote, please.
okay. Councillor Ratcliffe,
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. If we were to require that this subdivision be reduced to the 5 acres and the landowners decided to, instead of removing land from the south portion, to leave that wetland, that wet corner there, would be an isolated piece of land that no one would be looking after. So it continues to make sense to me to take it at the size as proposed.
okay, thank you.
So I will be supporting third reading.
Okay. Any other lights? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of third reading? Those opposed? And that motion's carried. Thank you for coming in and thank you for your patience today. You bet. So we're going to take a 10-minute break now. Welcome back from our break. We're in the delegation presentation section 6 of the agenda, 6.1, which is the Nordic Community Rural Crime Concerns. And so with that, I will turn it over to, I believe, sorry, I don't have my agenda up here on this one. We'll do a quick round of introductions first, if that's okay, and then we'll let you start with your presentation. Go ahead.
Awesome. Welcome, thanks for joining us here today. Jenny Melhoff, and I'm the counselor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, counselor for Ward 3, which is probably the farthest away point from you folks out there, but always like Greg has to say.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, counselor for Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, counselor for Ward 7 and Reeve.
Good morning, welcome. Neil Ratcliffe, counselor for Ward 5.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, counselor.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, I'm Christine Heggert, Director of Planning and Emergency Services.
Okay. Good morning, my name is Eric Smith. I represent the Nordic Recreation Association as president.
You're on.
Good morning, my name is Derek Bostock. I am one of the residents out in the Nordic North Subdivision.
Okay, thank you. So when you're ready, you can present.
I'll begin. Mr. Bostock was the originator approaching administration to speak before council regarding our experience of recent thefts, vandalism, and increased crime activity in the community of Nordic. I subsequently came to administration asking for a delegate. Thank you for having us, and appreciate your time and your agenda, busy agenda. I represent an association of 435 members. We've been at that site at 139 Tamarack Trail since the early 70s, even before we owned that piece of property. We have 187 member trailer sites, each with, a trailer and ancillary recreational equipment, things of that nature. And our membership consists of residents and their descendants prior to the 1955 closure of the Nordic mine. Our experiences with theft and damage at our site, in particular serious events, started about April 27th of this year. In our prior history, since the 70s, we've only had one incident of vandalism at that site 20 years ago. Since the 27th of this year, May of this year, we've been hit at least 3 times. Our current tally, as we know, is roughly about $175,000 worth of goods taken and damage to trailers, to ATVs, and of course the thefts. It's a significant impact on our membership. It appears that the criminal element has got our number, and they keep coming back for more. And unlike permanent residents, we're seasonal residents, part-time, as cabin owners or as our members are. We also know that there's been incidents of industrial thefts in South Nordic, and other residents, both permanent residents and cabin residents, have been hit. So our absence doesn't help matters. We've taken immediate actions in starting to install surveillance systems. I won't go into what they are because I don't want public knowledge, so somebody may know what we're up to. The other thing is we blocked all access around our campsite where there's been trails. It appears that's where the criminal element is gaining access and exiting from. Last year we installed an automated gate as a convenience item. Since this rash of crime, We've now had it log activity of entering and exiting based on who possesses those fobs. We thought at one point in time they were gaining access through that, and it may be somebody facilitating entry and exit. That is not the case, but we are logging it. We are also considering hooking that system up to a remote monitoring, so we don't have to drive up and download logs. We can get it virtually. So each of us has filed reports with the RCMP, obviously. I don't know how many in total, but I was assured by the RCMP that they are looking at this as a broader investigation. We have only heard that one of the thefts was involved in an MVA, in which one person perished. Subsequent charges have been laid, but that will take time to work through the system. Okay. We have deep concerns that this is going to escalate into a public safety issue. And some of our members feel it already is a public safety issue. We're noticing, I've noticed personally, that a lot of families that would spend a couple of weeks up there, young families with children, would spend a couple of weeks up there. Their husbands would go off to work during the week and come back on the weekends. We've seen none of that this year for the first time. Also, the possibility of somebody running into this criminal element, regardless of what time of day it is, could pose a safety threat. And we're very, very deeply concerned about that. Some of our members are removing their recreational equipment, not replacing it when it's been stolen or vandalized. There's a couple people that have been repeatedly vandalized at the cost of thousands of dollars. They can't get it, they can't steal it, they wreck it. And they're just not replacing them. So that activity that they'd be partaking in the Nordic community, they're not doing it anymore. Okay. Notionally, in the long run, if this continues, we will lose our membership participation. We've noticed our power bills going down, and we believe that this is probably a reason why the participation is going down. People are fearing running into this element, and it's a big financial burden. Okay, so something has to significantly change in that community. We as individuals can get cameras and passive monitoring devices and things like that, but the real issue is they're gaining access through public lands, public roadways. In our disposition, we can't monitor roads and things like that. We'd have to be on county land to see who's doing what and when, and actively monitoring. Something that individuals cannot afford. Perhaps as a community getting together and taking some sort of action plan in a monitoring system or whatever, and I think my friend Mr. Bostock would have more to say on that. We can't terminate these risks. We can't just walk away, sell our land or do whatever. That's not acceptable. We can't tolerate it. There's obvious reasons. And we can't transfer all these risks to the RCMP. They have their constraints. They got their operational models. They're dealing with a lot of stuff. And the only way is to treat it, and treat it as a community. Rural Crime Watch is one thing, but I think we need something a little bit more. And something significant has to change in the calculus for this criminal element. They're getting a huge benefit with little risk, and we need to change that somehow. So our willingness to work with community members, the Nordic Community Association, other stakeholders in the area, as well as the county. We feel that working together would be the best approach. How we do that, I don't know. I have no ask of the council right now or the county, but hopefully somebody has had this discussion before, and perhaps in your county dealings know who could probably lead some sort of community action. So, at any rate, that's what I have to say at this point in time, and looking forward to working with council and administration, obviously.
Yep, go
Hand
ahead.
it over to Derek.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I'm coming at this from more of a, I've been here before approach. And a lot of people in this room are rural landowners, and we all know all too well this type of crime. Someone asked me, a local resident, and by the way, I'm speaking on behalf of about 50 residents and more and growing from the North Subdivision specifically. These are very concerned members as well, and I'm hearing a lot of, let's say, passion and frustration coming to the front. So when I look at this, and I just actually was a victim of crime out there on the 27th, I had a new side-by-side stolen right in my driveway. Not even, and we're in the home, sleeping with my children, and my poor neighbor, three doors down, he was there, and he was hit at the same time, same night, and they went into his garage. So now that went from everyone, oh, it's just kids, it's petty crime, to, okay, now they're invading spaces. Now they're breaking and entering. So I'm looking at this. I'm in the business, by the way. Unfortunately, I get to see a lot of violence. I contract directly to the Department of National Defense, law enforcement agencies all over Alberta, so I hear a lot about violence. And one of our members asked me, I've heard of thefts, but what kind of violence has there been? And I said, okay, well, that's a fair question. Violence is when you have mass grown men in packs of 6 to 8, which was my situation on the 27th of June, with tools and weapons masked up, roaming your property, entering your garages, trying doors, watching them on camera try doors the next morning, of course. That is violence. Because what happens ultimately with a situation like that, violence begets violence. These people, my residents, are not gonna tolerate this. So I'm coming to this and speaking from a public safety issue, okay? Because this is the kind of industry I'm in. And so when you see this escalation go from petty, simple crime once in a while to now, based on our CMP feedback, 8 to 10 reported incidents this year alone. That is a massive escalation of violence in our community. So I'm here to tell you, and everyone in this room, and anyone listening, it's gonna get worse if we don't do something. People are gonna get shot. That sounds crazy, right? But that's what's gonna happen. And I'm just letting you know that that's what's gonna happen. So, okay, problem, solution. What's the solution? Okay, well, the first step would be to have some show of response. And with today's technology, we can do this easily and fairly affordable. There's security measures from local security contractors in the area that have technology to put a simple tower that has strobes, sirens, and live monitoring cameras. You put one of those at each entrance of the subdivision, and even maybe one in the south entrance. That visual will curb it immediately. They won't go any farther because now the trailer they load them all on is now in view of those. So that right there will stop. Now they'll try again for sure once they see that. But to have a response like that is key. I've experienced this in Red Deer as well. Similar kind of theft escalating. We employ these security measures and it stops like that. So if we don't want this violence, because no one in this room does and no one in our community does, certainly, this is a fair and justifiable response. And I think a long-term response would be more beneficial from the community's perspective to work out amongst the community, right? We have a job to do as members of that community. And the conversations I have, people are on board. But this one, because it's public safety, this immediate threat needs to be addressed by the county. And now the county will immediately say, well, we have the RCMP for that. Well, sure we do. But 2 officers patrolling this entire area, this Clearwater County between 2 and 4 a.m., what's that gonna do? There's no budget left for them to hire more manpower. There's nothing there. So the RCMP will give us notes that say, well, here's our list of recommendations. And it's the obvious stuff. Lock up your stuff, you know, don't leave stuff around. We get all that, you know, but they're entering our garages now. And they're trying door handles on homes, watching it on camera. So what's an appropriate response? I think the county should come to the table with at least helping us in the short term to stop this violence. That's the immediate goal here, should be to stop the violence now. And we can do that, and it's not gonna cost a lot of money. So I would like to further some sort of discussion where the county can come to the table and say, yes, we will provide this security for this amount of time to allow your community to get your long-term plan in play, and at least we can stop this boiling water and calm it all down. That's the recommendation I'm bringing. That's what I hope the county will do and support us on. It's not long-term, it's a short-term solution, and I think it's to the betterment of our community. No one's out there. It's an hour away in the middle of nowhere. Something needs to be done. And yeah, that's violence to me. When you have masked men entering your property in the middle of the night with weapons and tools, yeah, that's violence. So I hope that you guys hear us, and I hope that you understand the severity of it, because you don't want these residents doing it on their own, I can assure you. And I wouldn't blame them, because if I have people trying to enter my home to steal stuff with my daughter, we all know where that's gonna go, like everyone else here would do. But we can stop that. We don't need to get to that point. That's it. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. Did you want any final closing remarks then?
Yes, I'm a project manager with TC Energy as well. We deal a lot currently with industrial security issues. We have corporate security that advises us. This, on the other hand, is residential, and we need to be collaborating. And, you know, financially, we could support, you know, such a suggestion that he has in cooperation with others. But I agree, the sooner we do something, the better. Our security systems are specific to our own piece of land, and I think having a broader view of entrances and exits would be beneficial.
Thank you. Thank you both for bringing this to our attention, and I know as you were describing, you know, the acts and the violence that is happening, I know the hairs on my arms were standing up too, because it is an invasion, and it is, like you say, a threat of public safety in the short term too, because people just get braver, and the courage is there. So I'll look towards Councillor questions or comments. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Eve. You mentioned that there were 8 to 10 thefts. Are these 8 to 10 different incidents where there were multiple thefts?
Yeah, these are reported to the RCMP, actual individual incidents, not just one. This is, last I talked, it was 7, and then plus mine, plus my neighbors, so I came up with a broad range of at least 8 to 10 that have actually been reported. I have neighbors that have been victims of crime that didn't even report it, because they're like, well, I'm not gonna make a claim on my homeowner's insurance for this petty vandalism and petty theft, so actual reported ones, that 8 to 10 this year alone.
Okay, and is that exclusively on the north side?
No, that would be the whole Nordegg hamlet.
Okay,
Yeah.
but is this happening on the south area as well, where
I believe it's more targeted to the north because of the recreational use, where there's, like, when you go in there at night. So when you go into the south, you have streetlights and, you know, there's more, let's say, a day-to-day community. When you go into the north, there's no streetlights. It's dark, and so you can think from a criminal perspective, walking through there at night with no one there. You can walk a whole road back there, a whole street, and no one's home. Easy target. So it is more, definitely, the south is not left alone completely, but it's definitely more the north.
In our case, in our 3 incidents, they've hit multiple sites and multiple ATVs have been stolen in each event.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I
I have more, but I'll come back.
Okay, Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I mean, as I'm sure you're both aware, we have our CPOs, but they don't have the same powers as the RCMP, so it's a little bit different in that respect. But this is probably more of an administrative question, but when are we meeting with the RCMP again regarding their priorities in the community? I know that after the election, they'll be meeting with them in November. Typically, we meet with them then, but they also come and they come to us every few months. Do we know when the next time they're coming is?
Director Hager?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and great question, Councillor Milhoff. Typically, it's once a year to discuss the priorities, and that has been historically March or April timeframe.
Are we able to send a letter from our Reeve expressing our concern to mimic the concerns from the community? I know it's not exactly what they're asking for, but it's something. And then further to that, can we have this come back at a strategic planning meeting so that we can make sure that you have all the information you need in order to provide a fulsome agenda item with the statistics that your staff has, the amount of time that they spend in the community already from a CPO perspective, and the suggestions that the community has given us here today, and budget implications, et cetera. Because if it's in Nordegg, we're gonna need to try to mimic it across the county, as this is obviously not the first time we've heard concerns. So, we need that in the form of a motion, Reeve?
I'll let her reply, then you can make a motion. Go ahead, Director.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Certainly a letter from the Reeve is up to council's discretion in terms of making that motion for sure. I'll say the CAO Emmons beside me has already reached out to Staff Sergeant at the Rocky Detachment to try and come up with some strategies, even internal meeting with our peace officers. And they also did provide some of that community messaging that we heard referenced a little bit earlier. So those motions certainly would be at council's discretion and administration will implement.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff, did you want to make your motion?
Yeah, I can make that motion, that we write a letter to the RCMP expressing our concerns. I would also like to see a strategic planning agenda brought back for options from for this. And potential resolution options to the RMA for provincial action.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Any other comments on the motion? Councillor Ratcliffe, did you have comments on that motion?
Not on the motion, just on the issue.
Okay, I'll let you, then I'll go to call the question on the motion and then I'll come back to you. Go ahead.
Okay. Shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
All right, wasn't there, sorry. Do you know that these quads, whatever is being stolen, are being hauled away in a trailer? Like, do you have evidence or?
Yeah, so, because, well, I can speak to my specific situation. There was multiples, so there's no way they're getting out unless they drove them all the way back to Sunchild. And I say Sunchild because that's where mine was recovered 2 days ago. Destroyed, completely destroyed, brand new, completely destroyed. Much like the one they had where they were destroying it and in the process of destroying it killed one of their own. So yeah, they park presumably at the entrances on the highway and then hit the neighborhood and they all ride out and then go. Or I've learned there's apparently a back road from the trunk road back to Sunchild And so we've been hearing from residents that they know that they were just coming up that road and driving them back and forth. So there's multiples. There's some being trailered out and there's some being driven back. And then just to follow up on the RCMP thing with your CO, your local, is it peace officers, right?
We have peace officers.
Yeah, so I did speak to those guys and I spoke to the RCMP that handle this area, the sergeant here. There is absolutely nothing they're gonna do. I can tell you that right now. You can send them letters and do whatever you wanna do. They've already given us their recommendations on a letter, which was to lock our doors. So, you know, I think the point of this was to say that we're beyond that. Like, they don't have the budget. There's nothing they can do. I asked for one patrol once a week between 2 and 4 from any of these sources, and none of them would do it from their sergeant's mouth, so.
Well, I believe they have specific task forces for this.
Yeah, it sounds like they're actually in the process of maybe bringing this to the broader task force they have, but he said there's no guarantees they'll hear it because their scope of work is so big in the province that, you know, we're just a little lower on the list.
Okay. Just the story you tell is extremely familiar.
Yeah.
Of people going around trying doors, breaking in, looking through windows of homes at night. So it certainly is frightening to the community.
Yeah.
And in our case, it didn't stop until the organizers were dealt with.
Yeah. I can speak to the hit that he saw about where they were. So, because we thought, oh, it's the same group. And the cop's like, no, they just literally got out this morning. That was a week ago. So or 2 weeks ago rather, I think. And so they go to jail, they get a nice rest and a meal, and they're let out. Like there's no punishment for the crimes here. And this is why this is escalating, right? So it's the police are handcuffed with budgets, restraints, and the justice system seems to be constrained with where they can put them. So the easiest thing to do is you gotta let them go. So that's why it's escalating, because they got nowhere to put them.
I'm familiar with that anyway.
Yeah.
That was my questions and comments.
Those are the stories I hear from all these residents, longer than I've been there. I've only been there for like 6 years, but and people that own farms in rural Alberta too. Obviously you hear that a lot. So it's not new, it's just escalating more in this particular part.
Absolutely. Mr. Smith?
The two instances that I'm aware of where recoveries were made, one was driven all the way to Harlech. The other one was recovered in Sunchild, so it's a mixture of both.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I'm very interested in these towers that you talked about, Derek. Do you have any costs on what it costs to install one of these?
Yeah.
You're saying 3 maybe?
Yeah, I think strategically, and the company I contract with, TriWest, they're a very common partner in both commercial and rural and industrial. They range, I don't want to speak to his price, and it depends on full featured and solar and all the things, but they were in that 2,500 and up, let's say, a month per rental. But I can say, because I use one, they're very, very effective. Because as soon as the way they can capture cameras or license plates with those cameras, or even better, just to get a description of the vehicle. Because that's the thing we're missing here. That's why we can't get them, because we don't know how they got in and left. Now, they could be just like, say, leaving on the things they stole. That's true. But we know when they take multiples, there's some sort of trailer or vehicle, or they must have got there somehow. So these cameras work really well at picking that up. And then you have remote monitoring, where someone in our community, we just assign shifts, you know, and you only need 2 to 4 is really the danger zone. I mean, obviously you want to go a little broader and you're going to come up with a strategy about that, but the remote viewing and the fact that you can let those sirens and strobes go the moment some unauthorized vehicle is entering at 3 a.m. that no one recognizes, you know, they can set that off. If that alarm and strobe is going off in the park or in our subdivision in the middle of the night, they're gone. Like, it stops it immediately. the mere visual of it, once they'll test it first, but once they test it, they'll know. They work really well in this application, and it's cheaper. There's no liability, right? Because it's remote viewing. You don't have to worry about a security guard getting beat up or whatever, right? It's less costly than a wage for sure, and a vehicle and all that. The technology has come a long way, and so it's good tools that we can use for sure.
Yeah, I can see them. That's the first thing they're going to attack is those towers.
Yeah.
Shoot the cameras.
Shoot
out.
the cameras or try and disable the power, and
Yep.
as soon as they do that, there's enough juice in that battery bank to let it go for hours.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so to completely destroy it. Also, you would be alerted as a remote viewer, hey, our tower just went offline, what's going on?
Okay.
Thank you. All right, so there's a motion on the floor that council will write a letter to the RCMP stating our concerns as council, and also to bring this back to a strategic planning meeting and a resolution for our RMA. So with that, just to maybe provide a little bit more of a governance, where we sit as a governance, our greatest strength as a council is in our advocacy. And so understanding, yes, as a resident, you've probably pounded those doors, but we are the whole, this table is the whole community. So we do carry, I feel, a little bit bigger of a voice with that. And so that is our avenue to start with. But again, I encourage administration to take this offline and find those short-term conversations with that, and we will bring this back, and please keep our administration informed if anything else comes forward in the future. So anyways, if there's any other comments or questions on the motion. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. All right. Thank you very much for coming in today. You know, it's great information, and we will continue with this going forward, and hopefully nothing. Public safety is safety, and with that, but thank you again for the information. You bet. Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I would just like to talk offline with these people briefly.
We have an agenda, so.
And we're way behind.
And we are way behind, so. So we have our 10:30 delegation, which is now almost 20 after 11. So if it is in regards to item 6.2, which is our communications audit. And thank you and welcome. Thank you for joining us. And can we do a quick round of introductions before we get started, please?
Good to see you, Jenny Melhoff, the Council for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Wahid, Councillor Ward 3.
Greetings, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Hello, Michelle Swanson, Ward 7, Councillor in Reef.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Ward 5.
Hello, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Jujitsa Tutsik, Communications Coordinator.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Perfect. Thank you, everybody. And I'm Ben Prue. I am the president of Catalyst Communications. So this is kind of what we do. We work with local government in areas of communications engagement, crisis management, issues management, those types of pieces. And so we'll be looking over a brief overview of a fairly large document stemming from a communications audit that we've been conducting throughout the spring and into June as well. And so I think that we're going to be bringing that up. Now, as we go through this, obviously there's a full report that I would recommend that you take the time to go through if you haven't already. One of the things that came up as a consistent piece was really that capacity element. And so as we walk through this, that's going to be the one that we keep going back to. You can go forward again, yeah. And so this was a fairly intensive process. Not unusual these days. We are seeing, as a result of numerous changes in the municipal landscape, increases in resident expectations and demands around communications, and some of the industry shifts, a rise in the number of these communications audits that we're tackling each year, specifically for local government. And so this process aligns with what is considered best practice in doing so. And so there's a deep research and discovery process where we go through all of the local documentation materials, policies, all of those different elements and the structures behind your communications team. We also do a jurisdictional scan to look at some comparators throughout the province and what's being seen elsewhere as well and how that applies locally. And then we do internal engagement, which was conducted through a combination of surveys and one-on-one interviews. Before any of the analysis takes place, we make sure that we have all our eggs in a row, kind of see everything from that full picture standpoint, and then we go into fairly deep analysis and look at recommendations that would serve your community well in the short term, midterm, and long term. Now, there were a number of key findings that permeated different areas that we examined through this communications audit. We looked at everything from the public communications side, internal communications, public engagement, crisis communications, and then again, that structural side. And the number one finding is that you are losing the strategic edge simply based on the day-to-day demand. The rise in expectations and in workload and in some of the required outputs that have come over the past handful of years have made it so that your capacity is so constrained, you don't have time for those deeper level insights or the deeper level strategy that feeds into a more cohesive approach and sustainable approach to communications. Now, some of that is tactical internally. And so you can improve process in how the requests are going through to communications and how those requests are being prioritized and processed. Some of it is simply a matter of strength of team. And so you have fantastic resources within your organization that manage communication. It was a theme time and again in internal engagement that they punch above their weight class and that what is being done very effectively. It's just that strategic and consistency standpoint that we're losing some traction, again, just based on the day-to-day requirements. So looking at public communications, again, they are informative, they're visually strong, there is a lot of strength in the individual outputs that are going out. Behind that, there's some structural pieces that can be changed, looking at more strategy behind the communications planning, some changes to your social media policy, for example, and then some increase in readability and just the way that the public is going to interact with some of these elements. Those are all tactical outputs, but tying back again to that broader strategy. And then we look at public engagement and it's largely the same. The foundations are there. You have IAP2 rooted in how you're approaching public engagement. It's a lack of strategy. It's a lack of consistency. And again, you require some updates to your policy that drives all of this as sort of that foundational level. And then moving into crisis communications, your team has done very well in this area where you have encountered emergencies, disasters, large-scale issues within the community. But again, it goes back to a capacity issue. This is another trend that we've seen consistently, not just in Alberta, but across the country, where when there are emergencies or crises that are being experienced, you no longer have the luxury of a 1-week event or a 2-week event. We have been called in to support organizations through 100-day events plus. When that happens, you have to go outside of your organization. The capacity isn't there. We've seen that time and again, even recently in areas like Sturgeon County, where they were leveraging intermunicipal partners to come in and support their communications capacity. It's just a reality these days that fatigue management has to be part of what you're looking at. And based on that, while you have the skills in-house, you need to be able to bolster things beyond that to have additional capacity that can be brought in if and when something does occur. And so that's a lot of what we look at in that capacity standpoint from the crisis side. The other side of it is having the frameworks appropriate to training and immediate action in the event of a crisis. If you're ever in a large-scale emergency and you step into an EOC, you'll see that the first 72 hours are chaos. And so having those structures in place that they can simply pull templates, have a defined process is really important. And so that's where we're looking at things like communications planning specific to crises and crisis communications or crisis reputation and issues management plans, CRIMP, which would help bolster that out and can be used as both a training tool and an actionable tool. And so those are kind of the key buckets within the execution standpoint. Internally, again, it goes back to some of those pieces that I already spoke about, where there are opportunities for just improved workflow in terms of how communications requests are filed, how they're managed, how they're prioritized, and then in managing some of the pieces that will speak to staff at a deeper level through internal communications that can be actioned simply because you are spread out and you have staff in multiple buildings and it's not always easy to get everybody on the same page. And so having a bit of a more strategy behind that is important. And then we looked at the structural capacity of everything as well. So beyond the outputs and the plans and some of the strategies in executing those plans, how are you set up to succeed in doing so? Right, staffing of 2 members within that communications team, plus right now you have an intern as well. Looking at comparators, and I will admit for organizations like yours and communities like yours, it is difficult to pin down apples to apple comparators. That is a consistent problem that we have with county systems. That said, we try and align them in as many ways as possible based on structures and size of municipality, population size, and internal capacity, and all those elements combined. Now, if you look across the board at the comparators that we were able to establish, you are coming in below what we would consider an average staffing level. And so there are changes in each of these organizations that have occurred fairly recently where they have bolstered that communications capacity, and they're about as apples as you're going to get. And so just to say that, you know, there are opportunities to build up that capacity a little bit. And if we look at, sorry, let's go forward 2 here. Yeah. If we look at where that is driven, we do kind of take into account everything that we've already talked about. There are opportunities through some of the projects that you have ongoing already and some of the current initiatives, such as to your broadband initiative and some of those pieces that could drive an increase in investment or population growth. And you have a large part of this driven by your public, where there are rising expectations, rising demands in what communications actually look like and how you're reaching people. And then growing challenges in discourse, misinformation, those types of pieces as well. And then we do always anchor into that crisis piece where not only are we seeing more extended events, but we're also seeing increased frequency in some of those crises and issues management requirements. So right now, this is how you're structured, and we're simply looking to move to added depth in your communication structure. And so we would be looking at having a manager position assigned to that role, as opposed to it being led by the communications coordinator title, and then having below that a communications coordinator specialist and digital communications specialist, with those titles aligning with industry best practice as well, shifting a little bit more from the tactical focus of each position title that you have currently to a more broad assignment that allows them to navigate kind of all the areas that they have to appropriately. And so it does add 2 FTEs to your current staffing, one of which would be making that intern role a permanent position, and then bolstering with an additional FTE beyond that. And that kind of brings us to the end of it. There are a number of other recommendations in the report that I would again encourage you to go back and review, but this kind of reaches the high level of everything that we were seeing as trends in some of those key points. So I'm happy to take any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Eve. Is there other municipalities that have added communications to their ICFs? Like our ICF is open right now, so it would be a good time for us to add it if that's becoming common practice to help with like the crisis communications timeframes and the fatigue management that you talked about, considering our ICF is open right now.
It's been done, it's not something that's done frequently. Because there's no cost sharing to it, it tends to be looked at more as a mutual aid agreement than happening within the ICF. Now, often what we'll see is where there's a mutual aid agreement for fire services, for example, and that is talked about in the ICF, that's where it would tie in a little bit more, where you look at how do we include the communications function within that.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, you have one more? Kate?
Sorry, thank you,
That's
Reeve.
okay,
You mentioned IAP2 in your presentation today, and I've actually heard you speak at conferences as well. I always value your input when it comes to communications. But at one of the conferences, you actually mentioned that IAP2 should not be used for local government framework and local government communications. Is that something then you're recommending? Because I didn't see it in the long form. Are you recommending us go more away from the IAP2 structure and more of the way that you described it at the planning conference was more direct communications with your residents rather than the bigger IAP2 structure?
Yeah, IEP2 is kind of still the gold standard. And so we still align, the baseline to it. It is still fantastic as a structural tool to say this is the spectrum of engagement and what happens within that spectrum. There are gaps when it comes to local government. IEP2 was not specifically designed for municipal governance, and it shows. There are pieces in there that don't flow through local government the same way as they would for any other industry. And that's where we leverage what we call the public engagement with intent framework, which is included in that total report as well. And so it takes the spectrum that's laid out through IEP2 and then translates it into an appropriate process specific to municipal government. And so it's not abandoning IEP2, it's leveraging it in a way that works for local government at a little bit of a deeper level.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Going back to the IP2, it's a framework, right, as you mentioned. So to me, looking at your public engagement framework, that was, I'm anxious for us to dig into more of that. I think it's more specific. In your recommendations overview, I believe there's 24. And thank you for highlighting low, medium, high, because when I look at that, I can understand that with having the limited team that we do have, and hopefully we can bolster that a little bit. And thank you for showing us that, things can take a little bit longer, 2 to 3 years on a low priority, and things that we should really accomplish in the short term. It's there. Curious, since you work with other counties, is there something that's maybe trending with rural counties that maybe we should be more aware of, or is there something that is really working well that we can, celebrate or build on?
It's a great question. Lots of ins and outs to that one. Every municipality is a little bit different, obviously. Now, where we're seeing some of the challenges rise specifically in our larger rural municipalities is a sharp increase in misinformation. And so we're having to meet those issues a little bit more head on and have some more strategy behind them. And that's where more counties and MDs are implementing issues management frameworks and starting to build a bit more proactively to counter some of that misinformation and some of the issues of public discourse. What we have seen as a positive shift on the other side is where more investment is being placed into public engagement. We're seeing increased participation, and with it comes a stronger understanding of local government and what's occurring, which naturally combats that misinformation side as well. So we're seeing it tackled from both fronts, but there is a lot of success in that intentional approach to public engagement and securing public feedback, meeting people where they are, as opposed to doing an open house at a county hall, for example, going out and making sure that you're doing 5 open houses throughout the entire county and being closer to people and those sorts of things. And we're seeing the positive impacts of those. So those are some of the big ones that we've noticed over the past few years specifically.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gibson.
I just want to say thank you very much for such a thorough report. And I too attended one of your lectures at a conference, and very enlightening. And I really hope that we can take a lot of information out of this and progress further.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions for Mr. Peru? No? Well, again, thank you for presenting this to us today, and thank you for the work that you've done it's very thorough and with everything that you presented, and I'm sure our communications team has grown, if anything, with your you know, your suggestion in this report. So I appreciate you coming in today and presenting.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. So with that, I'll look for a motion to accept the report for information. Councillor Gibson does. Oh, did you want to offer a comment first? Okay. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Excellent. Have a good rest of your day. You bet. So after that report, we're now moving on then to new business, which is the corporate services in regards to 7.1.1, which is communication staffing. And I'll turn over to Mr. Hagan, Director Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. I'd like to quickly take this opportunity to welcome Jurgitsa back to her position and to thank Dallas for her leadership and Brittany for her support during Jurgitsa's leave. So moving into the agenda item, the communications audit report presentation you just heard recommended that the county increase the communications team from the current 2 permanent, 1 temporary position to 4 permanent positions. The temporary media communications intern position expires at the end of September 2025. Making this position permanent will allow the team to better serve the organization, proactively adapt to its increasing communication needs. In addition, administration will prepare information for a future strategic planning committee to discuss the possibility of creating a 4th position and reorganizing the team structure following that. So the recommendation today is that council makes the current temporary media communications intern position permanent and approves an adjustment to increase the 2025 communications operating budget by $37,000 and decrease contingency by the same amount.
Okay, thank you. Does council have any questions or comments or a motion? Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm not sure that I fully digested this report. I think this issue goes much beyond just throwing money at it, and that there's a lot more involved. Could we extend this intern position for a while? I think we need to have a workshop on this and you know, discuss all of the factors and how we might move ahead. So, you know, if we could extend the intern position until we're able to do that, would make sense to me.
Okay. Do you want to ask Director Hagan? Or Director Hagan? She was right
Thank
there.
you. That's certainly an option to extend that position. It would give us additional resources in the meantime. The risk that it poses, though, is that the incumbent in the position finds more permanent employment elsewhere, and we basically go back to square one in terms of looking for a replacement, depending on another short-term position, which could be challenging. And in that meantime, we're back down to 2 people again. So again, not addressing some of the challenges that were adequately represented within the report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melhove?
Thank you, Reeve. I actually tend to agree with Councillor Ratcliffe. This is a very big document, and I did have the time to review it, and there's a lot that needs to be implemented and needs to be changed, which is why I tend to agree that extending until 2026, and we can do a fulsome review and a fulsome strat planning meeting on all of the needs, rather than just a Band-Aid of, well, we need an intern, so let's make that permanent. Like, we should be doing a fulsome review of this. So I'll go ahead and make the motion that we extend the current temporary intern position to January 2026 till a strategic planning meeting to review communication needs and budget implications can be scheduled.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Did you want to reply, or can I go to Councillor Lloyd? Councillor Lloyd?
Well, thank you for the motion. I think we as a council have seen the shift in the public's expectation from just being informed, the first level of communication, to being involved with that decision, or, you know, there being a two-way communication. We know the volume of work has went up substantially in order to do that. This council has went through unprecedented public engagement on many of the issues we deal with. We've basically had many issues that were handled administratively or through a municipal planning commission, brought to council's forefront. So we know that that engagement is important to the community. We know that it takes time and administrative effort to do that. So although I can support the concept of extending this, I think we want to take the value we've gained by having an intern that's familiar with our organization and making that a more permanent addition. I don't think public engagement is going to revert to less. I think it's going to be more as we move forward. So I don't anticipate that workload getting smaller. So why delay a good thing? So I would be much more supportive of making it a permanent position, as was indicated by the original staff recommendation, but I can certainly support the balance of council in whatever their decision would be to move forward with this.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Lyon. I think we need to move ahead with this permanent position, so that we don't lose already all the training that we put into this temporary person.
Okay.
We've probably spent a lot of money already on it, so why lose it? It's way easier to retain one and less costly than retraining a new one. So I will back what Councillor Lyon said. I'm not in favor of extending it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gibson? Oh, no, oh, sorry. I thought you were reaching for your. Okay, Director Hagan?
Thank you, Ruth. While I agree with Councillor Mulhoff's comments and suggestion that we do need time to step back and really look at a strategic approach to communications, including resourcing going forward, I'm absolutely confident that we can use that third permanent position immediately, not only to keep up with the current demands, but to better position us to have the time to do planning for the future. And that is why I'm not asking for this fourth position at this time. I think we absolutely need to take responsibility to bring information back to council in the fall and have a more holistic viewpoint of this going forward. So for me, this is really a two-step process. One is to address our most immediate needs and better position us to step back and do that planning and let council decide if a fourth position makes sense for the future.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I think the key component of the motion is that we have a wholesome discussion around the strategies of communication and of getting the most out of the people we have by providing them clear direction. So, you know, just hiring more people is not going to be the real solution unless we know where we're going and unless we can tell them where we're going. So I think just, I guess it would depend if the intern would continue staying and contributing until we get to that point. But hiring more people without having that strategy in place and clear direction isn't very efficient or productive. You know, and that's clearly outlined here in this report, is that our communications people don't really have direction.
Okay. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. For me, one of the big things that sticks out is intern itself is temporary in nature. So it's almost like we're trying to link it to a person. Well, you can't. An intern in general is temporary. And I firmly believe that a better solution for this would be then to hire one of the other recommended structures rather than focusing on an intern. By sheer virtue of it being intern, that's meant to be temporary. That's what it is. And that's not what necessarily they need. They need the full-time, forever assistance in these positions, which is why we need that wholesome review of this document so that we can better support the team and along with what Councillor Radcliffe has said, implement some of those other strategies that have been put in here for clear direction from a communications manager.
I appreciate, okay, go ahead, Director Hagan.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I agree, and administration's intention and responsibility, should council approve making this position permanent, would not be a permanent intern. It would be our responsibility to develop a job description for this position. May or may not be one of the titles that is suggested, but it would be a job description that reflects a go-forward position and what that team needs. So to clarify, what we're looking at is a request to make the position permanent, followed by a proper job description, likely a change in title. It's not necessarily making an intern position permanent, but rather a move forward and recognizing the points that you made.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And so for me, this is something that has been, as I've observed over the years, and as Councillor Lawyer has outlined too, that this is getting more and more. This is not a department that is, as mentioned in the report, punching above their weight, and they are. And with the return of DJ, it still is going to be a lot of work going forward. And I fully believe that our intern, as she's been wonderful. She's been able to flex and pivot and really be a part of this. I would, like any position, if a better offer comes up, do we risk losing her to someone else? And I can't blame her if that comes up. So there's a lot of internal culture here that she's learned and she's a part of, and I think there's too many, we can still keep on going with the engagement for the framework as Ben has outlined before, and I think that there's much work to do on that end of things, but with the immediate workload that we have even in the next 90 days, I think it's huge. So I don't really want to risk that, and I would support a permanent position. I will not be supporting the temporary until January. I think we need to have some clarity and have some strength in saying this is where this council, where we're going in that direction with our communications. So again, that's, but thank you for the motion, and that's the motion we are going to vote on at this moment. If there's no other comments or questions, maybe have you got it written? Maybe if you could repeat the motion, please, Ms. Thompson.
That council directs administration to extend the current temporary media communications intern position to January 1st, 2026, and approves an adjustment to increase the communications operating budget for 2025 by $37,000 and decrease contingency by the same amount.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melhoff.
I also had in there the strategic planning requirements so that we can better implement the full needs of the communication audit. I think that's actually the more important piece of my motion, was that we have a fulsome strategic planning meeting regarding communication and how we can better support the team.
If I could ask that you detach the motion, they are two separate topics. And just for clarity, would you be willing to have a friendly amendment to separate this into two motions versus one?
You can separate strategic planning into a different motion than the position, sure.
Okay, thank you. So it'll be two motions. So we'll take a vote here on the first one, and that is to extend the intern to, oh, go ahead, Councillor Lahi.
And I was just going to explain that my earlier comments
Yeah.
were on the basis that there was two components to the motion, in that I would obviously be supportive of a more fulsome discussion of what that plan or what that direction could be through a strategic planning moment or a workshop or any of those things. Obviously be supportive of having that. But not so much the, just the extension of interim. And also my perspective of an intern is not only that there would be a more temporary nature to that, but it's also meant to be an educational process for somebody getting familiarized with an organization, seeing if they're a good fit for not only the work they do here, but their involvement within the community. So if we get feedback, sometimes there's value in having a long-term, making this an employer of choice is really valuable when we look at having a full-time position and finding the right individuals for fit. So it's kind of like a 90-day test drive kind of thing, and let everybody get used to each other, and I think there's benefit and value in that. So I won't be supporting the component that says just extending. I think we're at that point we can move past.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I think that if we make this position and this person permanent, we are accepting that they are the right fit. And without having had the workshop or strategic planning discussion on this, how do we know? I think we're jumping ahead on saying, okay, this person is a good fit for something where we don't know where we're going.
Okay. Councillor Lohic, Councillor Cermak, and then I'm going to wrap up discussion.
And again, certainly my perspective on the duty of a counselor is not to hire an individual, but to put the faith in administration that they understand the qualities they need to see in order to meet the policies, the direction that council has given them. So I have to do that. This is not my sidewalk to walk on, or it's not, I'm not driving this grader. So I would put my faith in that administration has vetted out what they need to see in that position and have communicated back and forth with council to give us a feeling on how that's going. Anyway, I'll shut up now.
Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, well, we just read and went through a 74-page audit report on our communication, and it said that we need 4 people. We're only looking at 3 right now. One's a permanent. I'm not saying that this intern is going to be hired, but if anybody's ever been in business, it is way cheaper to retain somebody that's already in your organization than bringing somebody in brand new. It costs a lot of money to bring in new people. You can figure $100 grand to get somebody up to speed in communication. If you've already spent that money, why waste it? It's already there, and it's up to HR and the directors to hire who they deem is fit. It's not our position to hire anybody. The only one that we can fire is a CAO. And that's not going to happen. So I think we need to move ahead on this and accept the 37,000 and get on with business.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe, and then I'm going to close discussion.
Okay, I'm confused because it seems like we are hiring a person, but there's something that is very clear in this report is that our communications people have a lack of direction and a clear strategy on communicating with the public. So without that, how would they hire more people as fitting that profile?
Okay. So with that, we're going to limit debate and we're going to, before I call the question, but I'll let you please interject, please, and offer your comments.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm just going to reiterate one comment from Ben's report, and it's just that our current pace of work right now does not allow us time to have strategic planning, to review our campaigns, to evaluate them, to see how good they are. We can do more work. We can have more strategies, have bigger picture projects that we can incorporate more effectively if we had more staffing resources.
Thank you. All right. So, motion on the floor, I did say I was going to limit, so I am going to call the question on the first motion, and that was to extend the contract to January 1st, 2026. All right, so I will call the question. All those in favor of that motion? Those opposed? The motion's defeated. Okay. Councillor Cermak.
I will make a motion that we add to the communication department,
Make permanent?
make permanent, and 37,000 to come out of the operating budget and contingency of the same amount.
Okay. Councillor Cermak makes the motion of the, as per staff recommendation. Any comments or questions on that motion? Councillor Ratcliffe.
I would like to make an amendment to that motion that a workshop or strategic planning session be arranged to have a more thorough discussion to set strategies moving forward with our communications and relations with the public.
I believe Councillor Milhouse' motion on that is for strategic planning. It's still on the floor. I haven't called that question, so.
Oh, all right then.
Will you withdraw?
Yes, if the motion is already on the floor,
Yes.
I will withdraw this one.
Yeah, I wanted, yeah, well, I wanted to be able to put that subject to bed, so, anyway, so to speak, so. But there is a secondary motion, yes, thank you. All right, so Councillor Cermak's motion to, as per staff recommendation. Did you have a comment on that? Yeah, okay.
On Cermak's motion.
You betcha.
Thank you, Reeve. I will be voting against this simply because I feel that we need to do a strategy. It's not because I don't think that your team requires more assistance. It's actually more so to do with the fact that interim in general is temporary in nature, and I think you need something more permanent and to follow through with many of the recommendations that were made here. It's not because I don't feel that you need the workload. You have the workload, you need the staff, and I recognize that, but I think that we need to have a more wholesome discussion about this. So, and welcome back. We definitely missed you, and we're happy to have you back as well.
Right, so motion's on the floor to,
But this
for staff,
motion,
your staff is per staff recommendation, correct?
yes, and
Yeah.
it's not an interim position, it's a
It's
permanent
yes, yes,
position.
yes, that's what it is.
Yes.
Okay, we will be voting on that motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Motion's carried. Now, Councillor Melhoff, with your second question, your second motion, please.
That this be, that this topic be brought back as an agenda item in strategic planning meeting in order to have a more fulsome discussion about the future of the communications department.
Okay. Any further comments, question? Councillor Lougheed?
Comment before, but recognizing where we are in the timeline of the year and what happens in September to October, I would assume that a strategic planning session dealing with this subject may be in the next term. And I don't think it's related before. I don't necessarily think it's productive and efficient to put a pause on for, I don't know how many months that would be, on something that we've just got a recommendation back that we need to put more energies towards this, and we have a very straightforward way to do that. So that was the comment I was going to make before, but I certainly will be supporting that we have or that council has a strategic planning session relating to this in the future.
Yeah, perhaps there'd be an opportunity. We have a strategic planning meeting in September, and there could be an agenda item on that to deal with this at that point in time. So yes. Any other questions, comments on that item about bringing this back to strategic planning? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much. Now moving on to item 7.12, which is the ratepayer request to cancel all or part of the 2025 municipal property taxes. And I'll turn that over to Director Hagan, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Property owner of roll number 3807162007 asks that council consider granting a property tax break for the 2025 based on the reasons stated in the email attached to the agenda item. Municipal Government Act, Part 10, Section 347, subsection 1 states if a council considers it equitable to do so, it may generally or with respect to a particular taxable property or business or a class of taxable property or business do one or more of the following, with or without conditions. A, cancel or reduce tax arrears. B, cancel or refund all or part of a tax. C, defer the collection of tax. 2025 municipal taxes related to this property, $953.50, which remain outstanding. The assessed value of the property is not in question. No errors were made in the calculation of municipal taxes. And if I can just add to that, in my 10 years of service with Clearwater County, I have not known a council to approve any sort of request for cancellation of taxes.
Thank you. I will, has this tax person, or this tax roll, have they been offered a monthly payment option? Dr. Hagan?
I don't know specifically if this person has. We certainly can extend that information, but through our communications department, we do make it publicly available that it is an option to any ratepayer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Just going over this ratepayer's letter. I'm not sure what he's referring to it about home inspections, which is our fault. We don't do RPRs or anything like that, do we? No.
Director Hagan?
I'm not probably the best person to speak to this, but not to my knowledge, we don't.
Yeah. Okay.
CO Evans?
Thank you, and to expand on Director Hagan, no, we do not. The RPRs are not in our purview. Actually, they're requested by the planning department, have to be provided by NALS.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Since I have my light on,
Okay.
I will make the motion that council cancels the 2025 municipal property taxes related to roll 3807162007.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Councillor Lahi?
Although I am very sympathetic to the described circumstances of this individual, I can't support the motion before us, but I would certainly encourage that individual to take advantage of the installment opportunities that can happen here in order to help alleviate some of the burden of a lump sum at one time. So with that, I'll be quiet.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on the motion? Councillor Melhoff?
With much of what Councillor Lougheed has said, I agree, and I will not be supporting the motion on the floor here today. I do encourage this individual to also reach out to our planning department, as our land use bylaw is open currently, as many of their concerns are actually land use bylaw based, and hopefully we can put some of those provisions that are barriers for this landowner and perhaps others into the changes to our land use bylaw.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I agree with the comments that have been made by Councillor Lougheed as well. So there's other options, and hopefully they can find a way to meet those obligations. So with that, I will call the question then. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion is defeated. Thank you. Looking at the time, I guess we have one more option, and that is, I think we could sneak it in our public works section, which is 7.2.1. Oh, lunch is here? Okay, well, maybe we will take our 45-minute lunch break, please. Okay, welcome back to our interim council meeting of July 22nd, 2025. We are at item 7.2 of our agenda under Public Works Infrastructure, 7.2.1, which is the Township Road 42-5A. Now we'll turn it over to Director Hansen for the background, please.
Good afternoon, Council. This is a follow-up to a recent letter received July 25th in regards to the O'Cheese Road. I know Council discussed this in detail during the last Council meeting. So as we've kind of dissected the letter and we've come up with a couple of recommendations, so I'll dive right in. So as Council is well aware, the O'Cheese First Nation has started the design for the bridge reconstruction crossing the Baptiste River. The new bridge structure is currently being designed directly northwest of the existing bridge. So with the new bridge location, there is a requirement for realigning the road on the O'Cheese property, as well as realigning approximately 400 meters of the Clearwater County's portion of Township Road 42-5A, also known as the O'Cheese Road. So quite a bit of background on this item because we've discussed it numerous times there, going back to some other recent requests. So back June 24th, 2025, regular council meeting, council considered the letters and information provided by the O'Cheese First Nation and made two subsequent motions. The first motion was in relation to a capital funding request estimated at approximately $1.4 million for the realignment and paving of 400 meters of the road in Clearwater County. Discussion included that council supported funding approximately 50% of the realignment to be constructed to a gravel standard, designed to facilitate the future base paving. The $450,000 was 50% of the estimated cost to construct the 400 meters to a gravel standard that was based off the estimate provided in the letters at the time. So the supporting motion is provided, motion by Councillor Neil Ratcliffe, the council direct administration to fund 50% of the actual road realignment construction for the 400 meters of road up to a maximum of $450,000 from the resource road restricted surplus. So I say there was great conversation during that June 24th meeting, and that was one of the subsequent motions. It was there again. It was in support of the realignment to be reconstructed as a gravel standard. So since then, we've received this additional request from the O'Cheese. So the next little part is an excerpt from that letter. So I'll read verbatim. Due to the vertical curve transition located outside our reserve, O'Cheese First Nation previously shared we would not seek reimbursement for the design of the realignment section located on Clearwater County lands. We also committed to take responsibility for the construction of the entire project, both on and off the reserve. To ensure there's no confusion, we respectfully request that Clearwater County Council formally approve the proposed O'Cheese realignment design so that O'Cheese First Nation can confidently proceed with detailed design and carry forward with construction of our scope of the project shortly thereafter. We'd also like to meet with your administration to identify, if any, maintenance agreements are necessary given Council's refusal to advance the paving of Township Road 42-5A. So as per the attached design, that actually was received in the previous correspondence. I've attached that for Council's review. The O'Cheese First Nation is proposing to realign the existing road to facilitate the new bridge location, of course. The design also includes paving the road inside the O'Cheese boundary as well as the county's 400 meters. So their provided design includes a realignment of the road and paving. That is the design as provided. So we're going to go through a couple options for council to consider. So one, the council approves the 400 meter realignment design of Township Road 42-5A to be constructed to a paved standard as presented by the O'Cheese First Nation. So our comment on that would be, as previously discussed, the county would be then responsible for 400 meters of paved road on the end of a 16.3 kilometer gravel road, or a maintenance agreement would have to be, or would be required. There again, back to the June 24, 25 meeting, we had some in-depth discussion over that, and that's where the subsequent motion was that to be constructed to a gravel standard. So that brings us to option two. The council approves the 400 meter realignment design of Township Road 42-5A, O'Cheese Road, to be constructed to a gravel standard designed to facilitate future base paving in accordance with Clearwater County policies and standards. As previously discussed, The county would continue to be responsible for the entire 16.7 kilometers of gravel road, and a maintenance agreement would not be required. This option is consistent with the previous resolution back in June, Resolution 440-2025, and is further recommended by administration. So either we can stop there and discuss that item specifically, or would you like me to continue on and finish with our second recommendation?
Pardon me? Yeah, we'll probably deal with one at a time, and then that way not to convolute the two. Sure. So, I was surprised at the letter that we got from Ochis, because where they've mentioned in their letter that the Ochis First Nation can confidently proceed to a detailed design. I was under the understanding they already had a detailed design. And so therefore I was surprised to read that they were proceeding with one. So I don't feel that any change, I guess, from what we had approved or what we had motioned back in June of 2024, or sorry, June 24th, when we said we would proceed with our portion of the road. So I would be in support of number 2, which would mean that this is our road, and we're going ahead with what we need to do for upgrading to a paved standard. So, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I'd like to make what's kind of a combined motion here. I've been thinking of the information that's been presented here in the last while and done a little more research. Given the fact that we have my understanding is we have a grader dedicated to maintaining this road, which says to me that we're spending more on this road than any other gravel road in the county, and that it is problematic. And actually, I don't understand why this road hasn't been on our gravel road rehab list years ago. If we were to do the base pave work on this entire road, the actual paving is a few years away, because we let the road rest for at least a year. And the bridge completion is also a few years away. So I'm thinking to not get hung up on the pavement of this road. And so my motion is that Clearwater County formally approves the Baptiste River Bridge realignment design as presented by the Ochis Band, including the portion in Clearwater County to a gravel base paved standard. 2, that Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors be contacted to advise them of our intention to proceed immediately with the final design and permitting of the Cheese Road, Range Road 42-5A to a base paved gravel standard for the 2026 construction season, and to inquire if, or on the condition that Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors participate on a 50-50 cost basis in this stage of construction using their funds previously allocated to this project. 3, that construction of Township Road 42-5A take place through 2026. The road will be allowed to weather to settle through 2027. And in the meantime, the Clearwater County, Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors, and Ochis First Nation continue to collaborate and lobby for a third partner to finance the potential paving of this road, potentially beginning in 2028, or in conjunction with the completion of the new Baptiste River Bridge. And should a suitable third partner not be identified by 2030, or an acceptable road use agreement not signed with the nation, that the province and the municipality may choose to reallocate any remaining funds previously identified for paving this road. which is just accepting it's not going to happen at this time and not continue to tie up funds. And 4, in the interim, that Clearwater County invite Ochese First Nation to jointly develop a road use agreement to come into effect if and when the road is eventually paved.
All right, thank you for the motions, because I would, that's why we were asking if we wanted to cut and
Right.
deal with this in 2 portions versus the whole thing, so you've meshed both, so I would respectfully ask that, I think your first part of your motion is to deal with specifically the bridge issue of it. Can we, I would look at having your motion cut into 4 motions versus 1 fell sweep. Would you accept that friendly amendment?
They are interlocked, so long as we understand that they're interlocked.
Well, then I'm going to let the motion sit on the floor until Director Hansen continues to give us the balance of the rest of the road background, because it's not to make one motion. So I guess continue.
Thank you.
We'll pause.
So there again, back to the June 24th meeting, there was a second motion that was made in relation to procuring engineering services for the balance of the Clearwater County owned 42-5A. So the resolution 442-2025, motion by Councillor Jenny Malhalf, the council direct administration to move forward with procuring engineering services for the Ochese Road base pave project in 2025. So that was carried. So this motion has been proven to be problematic, as council has defeated 2 additional motions since to move forward with the actual detailed design. So I've provided those two motions and the next resolution 436-2025, as well as resolution 477-2025. Those were both in relation to moving forward with detailed design, and those motions were defeated. So to further explain, I guess, the process, the 2 major components of procuring engineering services would be detailed design and construction management. As administration has not been directed to move forward with detailed design, estimated $150,000, so the direction to move forward as well as the budget allowance, the successful proponent or engineering firm would be procured for an unapproved project. So we did reach out to a local engineering firm who would be likely put in a proposal. They've helped us very much so along the way to get us this far. And trying to discuss to see if there would be an option or a way that we could navigate the risks associated with procuring engineering services for an unapproved project, and still staying with and compliance with our governing trade agreements. So after reviewing the amount of risk that the county has, as well as the successful proponent, administration is recommending that resolution 442-2025 be rescinded. Then future procurement for engineering services would take place upon approval of the detailed design. There again, so that was based on all the information that we have currently and all the motions that were created. Of course, with the motions that Councillor Ratcliffe there, once we actually dissect down all of those things, I'd love to read that, because that was a lot.
It was.
You know, when we can help, you know, navigate to see what some of the pros and cons of that might be, or, you know, or it could be voted on. There again, it's, but based on the information we have today, that's what our recommendation would be, is to rescind that motion. One of the things, you know, that we discussed with our engineers was that, so if we were to procure and to award a project that doesn't exist, the length of time that we would, you know, commit that engineering firm to that. So if it was between 30 and 60 days that they would price hold, if that wasn't awarded, you know, in that timeline, you know, we'd have to renegotiate a different rate. So that would likely not be trade compliant anyway when it comes to, you know, if there was a trade compliant component of a grant as a condition. The other thing would be, you know, if we would have to re-tender, like if we had gone even beyond that timeline, we'd have to actually ask these proponents to actually provide another proposal when it finally does get approved. You know, these proposals, engineering proposals of this size, and we would anticipate we'd actually have a lot of interest. This is a $25 million construction job. There would be lots of engineering interest in providing that type of service. easily $10,000 for an engineering firm and what their cost would be to create a proposal for an unapproved project. So we really feel that it's problematic and that it would probably increase our price for engineering services. So if the amount of risk that's involved and the unknowns. But as soon as we actually have approval to move forward with detailed design and budget is allocated, we would strongly encourage that that's when we'd storm ahead with that engineering service procurement. So with that, that's what I have for presentation.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. I find this portion of the agenda interesting because I remember saying those very things when this was the suggestion, the administrative suggestion, a suggested motion. And I said, we're gonna procure an engineer and not use him? That sounds silly. I mean, I went ahead and made the motion because I was like, yes, with something, we can push this project forward somehow. But at the time, I even said, the motion itself makes no sense. Procuring an engineer we're not gonna use makes no sense. And yet, that was the recommendation. So I don't understand how we got here with this starting as the recommendation. Sorry, he had his hand up to answer.
So, to be clear, when we brought those options for council, those were direct requests from the Ochis. That's how those were presented as options. Really, when we made that determination of not moving forward with detailed design, that should have actually answered the question about procuring engineering services. But still, it was a direct request from the Ochis to procure engineering services. That's why it was as an option, as well as there was another option there that was to not move forward. It was actually to thank them for their letter and not move forward. So there again, that was a long meeting. There was a lot of great discussion, and we honestly, I wanted to see if we could not navigate through to see if we could secure that, but we feel that it's more prudent to actually have that rescinded, and then when we're ready to go, and if that happens even today, then I would negate that conversation. But we honestly believe that it's at this time, it's not a great idea to procure engineering.
Without it being a project that's
right. Without any budget allocation or any project parameters.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for the information. All right, so we have a couple of, sorry, Councillor Lahi.
Again, kind of further to Councillor Melhoff's comments, I kind of shared that same impression about, and I even went back as far as to look into previous motions of council. Never once have I ever found a motion by council to procure an engineer. Usually it's included within strategic planning, a budget item that would come back at some point in time, and that engineering was inclusive of that overall project cost. So I'm seeing, forgive me for my confusion, I'm seeing some differences in this, and then I'm understanding that this is because it was brought forward by a request from an outside governance structure, however we want to refer to that request. Okay, and that would be why it was treated somewhat differently than our normal procedures and normal where council's interaction would take place? Is that, am I making too big of a leap there, or is that in the ballpark?
No, that's absolutely fair, and perhaps we didn't explain it clearly enough. Procuring engineering services is absolutely 100% administrative. It would be part of our process. Council would approve the budget. How we get to construction is an administrative process. We were trying to really bring forward the direct requests from the Ochis there and provide the options, and perhaps we didn't provide enough of the background to say pros and cons, I guess, in relation to. That's why I've done some more explanation on how these options and what the impacts of those options would be in this agenda. There again, I'm even gonna go right back to even this request about council requesting a formal approval of the design. Ultimately, the answer should be no, because the design includes, again, the realignment as well as the paving. I've offered up as an option to say, in the interest of time, and to try to keep the Ochis moving forward, that yes, that council would approve the realignment in principle, but to be constructed to a gravel standard, because that's more in support of the last discussion we had. There's a couple of different ways to dissect this, and I really want to make sure that we take the time to make sure that it's absolutely clear what with the information and any questions that we can answer. That's what we're here for, and to really contemplate motions there to make sure that they are appropriate and make the best for the community.
Councillor Lowy?
And again, thank you, Reeve Swanson, and thank you, Mr. Hanson, for that explanation. But going back into some of the options that are there, one of the things I do have some control on as a councillor is the expenditures we do. So I would kind of need to know some dollar values related to those options. And I know that's been presented in previous discussions on this, but could you remind me of what the cost on maintenance per year of a kilometer, an approximate number, and maybe it's not fair, but I know it's been tossed out from time to time, what it costs us to maintain a kilometer of paved surface? And also, I'm trying to ascertain the value that Ochis is offering in this suggestion that they pave this section of road, and then looking at what our cost would be if it was our own, or just trying to find some numbers that I can deal with in a decision-making process. So essentially, cost per kilometer to build and a cost per kilometer annually to maintain is the numbers I'd look for.
So are we talking in generality for all surface roads, or
in a generality, not for this specific one, because I think in my mind I have to put, there is an offer by Ochis to go ahead and pave this or complete this section of road. I understand that if we have a maintenance agreement, there would be a due to that government entity or that entity, to that nation, and then they would be in turn giving us a value that we would have to otherwise spend to pave that, or we would have to maintain. So it might be more economical, more efficient to have them build this road and maintain it through agreement at some point in time.
Yeah, I'd have to go back to our June 24th agenda items. I broke down the cost as relation, because there was a $1.4 million cost associated with that portion of ours. And there again, this new request there's no capital commitment. I think that's been asked and answered about what our commitment was with the $450,000. Our cost was, I believe, I provided that analysis there, but it was significantly higher because of the economies of scale, because they're only doing such a short portion there for regrading as well as the paving. To put that project back into the larger scope and doing the entire 16.7 kilometers at 25 million, like I said, it would double, was it, their cost to do that kilometer in relation. So there again, that's where the discussion really kind of corralled itself into that. We're looking forward to it, like I say, to reconstruct it as a gravel standard, which would still facilitate their needs, but it would, and then leave the paving to that future use. Even the grading rate there is still would be high in comparison compared to what the overall cost would be. But I think that was council's commitment there in order to recognizing this was part of the larger project, is going to cost a little bit more money to do even just that last 800 meters, but it was an act of goodwill to keep their project moving forward, recognizing this would be our responsibility anyway. There again, I just, sorry? So yeah, our 25 million there that's their entire cost for the grading and base pave. I lost it. I got pressing buttons. There it is. So it's about $1.5 million a kilometer. So, and this was 400 meters. So there again, it's double, right? No relation.
And thank you.
Okay. Did you want to continue? Yeah, Councillor Lowy. Yep, for sure. Yep.
Somebody else is queued up, ready to go.
Oh, go ahead.
Definitely, I've heard those numbers ranging from $1 million to $1.5 million for this portion of road. So then the maintenance end of that, if that fell solely on Clearwater County, there would be a difficulty in maintaining, because it's a different kind of maintenance for a paved surface, I understand that. So at the end of the day, if there's an agreement that was made, because I'm assume that they would be doing that kind of maintenance and they would just extend that as their turnaround point, that at some point the agreement probably would be bringing dollars to that nation in compensation for their costs. So I'm looking at the extension of an offer from $1 to $1.5 million to our municipality as a benefit, and then we would be in turn compensating them to maintain that section then for a certain amount per year. Would that be a fair assumption? Because we certainly couldn't afford to run a truck an extra 6 or 33 kilometers to scrape off 400 meters.
And none of those conversations have been had about a maintenance agreement, because that hasn't been the direction that was provided. We've kind of, through the motions that we've had currently are all to support a gravel standard. If council were to move forward with the pave standard, we would have to enter in those negotiations. So it is fair to say that it wouldn't be cost effective for us to go up there, but we are not unaware of what their terms would be. And if we knew what those terms were, I could confidently say, but today I can't.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments in regards to Township Road 42-5A? Councillor Cermak.
I do. I need some clarification. In this letter, they don't want our $450,000 that we've already put a motion in to give them for the realignment of that 400 meters that we own. They're not asking for that money now. They say in their letter that they are committed for construction of the entire project, both on and off the reserve. Is that right? Is that how you read the letter?
I read it a little bit differently, because that was in their original commitment as well. So, you know, the 2 points that they did make in their letter was, one, that they weren't looking for reimbursement for the design, as well as that they were going to move forward with the construction. Now, the capital cost is what the original ask was. So going back to that June 24th, it was for the capital commitment of the $1.4 million. So this doesn't remove or add to that capital commitment in the letter that's provided. The only ask that I've seen in this letter was confirmation about the realignment and their realignment design. There again, taking the letter to what it's referring to, and the design is for a paved road. So it's a realignment as well as paved. So again, I'm not going to try to take away or add to what their letter is provided. So there's no, I believe of course, if we approve a paved design, that would lend itself, need more discussion of, are we going to assist in paying for that paved design? Because there's construction, yes, design, yes, but as for paying for the construction of that hasn't been addressed in this letter. There again, I don't want to take away or add to their letter. I believe the letter on 24th was in relation to realignment and capital. This is just commitment to the realignment.
Now I'm really confused.
I apologize.
Because I'm understanding that we had made a motion that we were gonna give them $450,000 for our portion of the 400 meters, and it was to be to a gravel standard, end of motion. And now you're saying that they've changed now? Or is this last statement saying that we also committed to take responsibility for the construction of the entire project, both on and off the reserve?
There again, I look at the project being 400 meters into Clearwater County, as well as their bridge, like not the entire road. Right, so they're taking responsibility for they say there again, that's where it's important to look at the drawings that are provided, shows the project limits, and that is from 400 meters south into Clearwater County to just past the bridge for where they're gonna tie in. So when I look at their letter, and as they say, they're being perfectly clear, and so that means that we need to take the letter for, like say, don't take away and don't remove or don't add anything to the letter. The project is 400 meters into Clearwater County as well as that, and they're looking after the construction and the design of that. But they wanted to have council's confirmation that you would approve the design. There again, I look at the design provided was, there again, a base paved project all the way from 400 meters into Clearwater County, all the way up. So, again, there's another option there I guess we didn't flesh out. One answer could be no. We don't approve the design because it's still a paved road standard. We've supported a gravel standard.
Right.
Or again, like I said, what I've provided as the option was that we approve the alignment in principle to our standards, but to a gravel standard. And the funding would remain as the motion because that was in relation to a different ask. I hope I'm a little bit more clear.
Yep, okay.
Dr. Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. To Councillor Cermak's point, I'm somewhat confused by this sentence as well, because I don't know whether to read it that they're committed to take financial responsibility for the construction or that they're taking management responsibility for the construction. I think it's probably the latter, but to Mr. Hansen's point, I'm trying to interpret this. To me, it's not clear.
Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you, and I think this very question really underscores the importance of communication. And I think maybe we've missed a bit in communication, because clarity should tell us if, and I'll put it in very simple terms, if the Ochese First Nation is willing to do the engineering, the design, the construction at their cost, I don't think we should put a barrier in the way of them doing it. If they, however, are forcing a hand that says that you must commit to X number of dollars to be able to participate in this, that's a different question. That's a communication breakdown. That's how misunderstandings form, and for me to be able to support any change in our direction at the moment, I'd have to understand, because the way I read it is that it appeared as though it was an important enough project to the First Nation that they were going to go ahead without our commitment of $450,000 anyway, because they thought it was important enough to have this paved design, and we just have to come up with a maintenance agreement on that, or whatever. That's what I was reading, but that could be the wrong interpretation, and the only way to correct that is to have communication on, is that the intent of this? I mean, we can go legal, but I don't think this would constitute a legal commitment from anything I understand. That's just my comments for the moment.
Thank you. Anybody else who would like to make a comment or question? Yes, go ahead, C.O. Emmons.
Thank you. And perhaps if I may, Councillor Lougheed, sometimes the negative is too much communication. This has gone back and forth so much that the messaging has changed a little bit. When we were all out on Ochese First Nation with our joint meeting, when I posed the maintenance issue, I was clearly told by their council that they would not entertain into any maintenance agreement in front of my council.
Yes.
This letter says, we may have to if any maintenance agreement be identified, which is a different message. We've been clearly told that they did detailed design to get their funding. This letter says proceed with detailed design. As the communications happen, when it changes slightly, it does change the perspective, the intent, and I believe what administration is trying to do is hit a reset. By rescinding the motions and starting back to square one, because quite boldly, when this was first presented, we're also told clearly that Ochese would never spend $1 outside of their land. That's a different message than we're hearing today. So as much as this letter is intended to, by its own words, alleviate confusion, quite bluntly, I'm finding it the opposite, which is challenging. So by hitting a reset and bringing it back today, and rescinding the motion and carrying forward, I believe it starts clearer communication from today on. And Councillor Lahida, that's kind of where we're at because we have so many questions.
Go ahead.
And thank you for that. Great argument. I would say, though, with your years of experience, you probably notice from time to time councils change their mind. In fact, entire councils change, let alone that. So it's something I think we deal with on a regular basis, and I think we're at a moment where we need additional clarity to be able to make these kinds of decisions. And in some ways, this is a negotiation, and I would not blame another council for putting their strongest arguments forward to benefit their community, and nor would I look at my own council and think they're not going to put their strongest arguments forward to get the best for our overall community. So I hope that's where we're at, and we can still open up, and a reset might be a great thing to be able to get that clarity on where we are and what we can do for each other in this project.
Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
Is there a motion on the floor at this particular time?
There is. Councillor Ratcliffe's long motion.
That big overbearing, there's 4 parts to that motion.
I believe so. Yeah. Yes, there is a motion on the floor, so.
So then, therefore, I can't bring a motion forward.
No, not until we
yet.
deal with that one yet, but I will go to you after. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Director Hansen, how long would it typically take to finish this bridge to the point where we are paving surfaces, or someone is paving surfaces across this bridge?
Well, I would hope, again, with their timelines, they're hoping to finalize their detailed design. They need to select their contractor still. If they could start construction this winter, I'd hope that they'd be done by, as early as next fall. And it's a big project. And the best part about it is that they're able to keep their existing bridge open, so so that the detour is basically already in place, so that's not required to be constructed. But yeah, it's probably whatever the work they can do in the winter, I'm sure they try to get done, but they're limited by the same restrictions as us, as there's environmental controls with the river, and what exactly those are, and we're not privy to that, but it could be up to a year for that bridge construction, for sure.
Okay, and apparently they still need to do some detailed design.
As identified in the letter, yes.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Ratcliffe's motions is on the floor. And so we will ask you to restate so that way we can make a motion, or we can vote. Please.
Okay, the reason I came up with this is we've put a lot of time into discussing various aspects without any real progress. And it seemed a way to get started, and the hang up really seems to be who's paving and how is it being paid for. And so the motion was just to get started on rebuilding the basic road structure that does seem to have maintenance issues. So anyway, the motion is one, that Clearwater County formally approves the Baptiste River Bridge realignment design as presented by the Ochese Band, including the portion in Clearwater County to a gravel base paved standard. 2, that we contact Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors to advise them of our intentions to proceed immediately with the final design and permitting of the Ochese Road, that is Range Road 42-5A to a grace-based gravel standard, for construction next year if Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors will participate in a 50-50 cost basis in that stage of construction using the funds previously allocated. As what we have now is that those funds are only available if we have a third partner. 3, construction of Township Road 42-58 to take place through 2026. We normally allow the road to normalize or to weather through 2027. And in the meantime, Clearwater County, Alberta Transportation, Economic Corridors, and Ochees First Nations continue to collaborate and lobby for a third partner to finance the potential paving of this road in 2028 or in conjunction with completion of the new Baptiste River Bridge. And should a suitable third partner not be identified by 2030 or an acceptable road use agreement not be signed with the nation, the province and the municipality may choose to reallocate any remaining funds previously identified for paving this road. And 4, Clearwater County in the interim will invite Ochees First Nation to jointly develop a road use agreement to come into effect if and when the road is eventually paved.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion? From Councillor Ratcliffe, I appreciate the initiative, but I am going to not support the motion until we get further clarity. And I think this is up to administration to get a reset. So I think I will be following the staff recommendation should that motion come forward to do the reset. And I think you have to go slow to go fast. So I think that's where I will be. I won't be supporting the motion. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I will be supporting it, supporting the motion. I mean, I've made no bones about it. Like, I've wanted this road done, so I will be definitely supporting the motion. I would have even supported it to be going to pavement, which this is not currently, but getting a better standard is still a great path forward. So I will definitely be supporting the motion to start construction to get a much better, safer road. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? Councillor Cermak?
I will not be in favor of this motion. It leaves too many things out in the open there that it could cost us way more than the 8 million that we've already designated to this project. Therefore, I will not do this. We have lots of other things in this county that needs to be rectified before this road gets paved, as far as I can see.
Councillor Lai?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe, for bringing this forward. This is a very ambitious motion, much more so than some of the previous motions that came forward, which were less ambitious and weren't met with success. In this case, I realize this is an important project for our municipality, for our relationship with First Nations, which was a priority of this council when we set our strategic plan and goals a number of years back. And I think we've always held out that a mysterious third partner would materialize. I'm not even sure what our next steps would be if that mysterious first partner showed up today. Would we be able to do more than detailed engineering in this budget cycle? I rather doubt it. So I will be supporting the motion going forward because I think it's an important project for the future of our municipality.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. 2 comments. Councillor Cermak, this motion includes nothing about paving that road, except to continue the same process we've been doing for years. So it is to a gravel standard, because one of your objections was that you didn't want to see this road paved. And the other is, do you feel that this motion should be tabled and referred to administration for further research and solidification of that?
And more clarification. on what really they want us to do.
Okay.
Councillor Gibson?
I can't support the motion as it is. I would like it to go back and be looked into some more, because the two letters to me slightly contradict each other. Neither of them are clear enough to exactly what they're expecting from us. So I would like it to go back and be looked at again, and to get a bit more clarification to what they're really saying, instead of we think it's this or we think it's that. So I do think that it needs some more work to be looked into.
Great. So with that, see no other further lights. I'm going to Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, I guess I need to poll the room at this point. Of course, administration would take this motion and do a lot of work around it. But the indication seems to be that if this was referred back to administration for flushing out the details, that it would pass, and that we actually might make progress on this long-standing road issue. Or negative will be continue to be negative.
So with that in your comment, Councillor Ratcliffe, I am going to call the question, because that is a decision of this council as to what direction we go and in regards to how we want to deal with this project. So I am going to call the question. So all those in favor of Councillor Ratcliffe's motion? And those opposed? The motion is tied, so therefore it is defeated. And I did hear Councillor Cermak say he was going to make a follow-up motion, so I'll go with Councillor Cermak.
Yeah, from the recommendation about administration to rescind the motion 442-2025, to rescind that motion.
Okay. So Councillor Cermak makes that motion to rescind that motion of, I believe that was last motion, or last meeting. Any discussion on that motion to rescind? And that was in regards to the procurement of the engineering. Councillor Meloff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will be voting against rescinding this. In fact, I think it doesn't go far enough. I think we actually need to engage those engineers and actually put them to work and get this project done. So I think rescinding this is a step backwards, even if it's not the process that we're used to. I still think that it's a step backwards, and I think that the spirit of the motion needs to stand, in the sense that we need to engineer this project and get it moving forward. So I will not be voting in favor of rescinding it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
My feelings are similar, but even more so that the message we are sending to a neighboring community is basically that this is never going to happen. We're going to have the same problematic road there for years, and that there's no will to move forward. So I will not support this motion.
Okay, Councillor Lyon?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Again, I will say that I view it as the tiniest of gestures that's now being withdrawn, and I don't think that's the way we build relationships. And I've looked again through the records of, this is somewhat unusual for this council to rescind a motion that isn't because there was something that was dated or over. We're rescinding a current matter, and I'm somewhat perplexed on the difference in this moment. So I'll just say that as a comment, but I won't be supporting the motion to rescind.
C.O. Evans?
Thank you, Swanson. And if I may, the difference on this is because it's not an active project, and what we're getting back from from engineers that would want to bid on it, said it would cost them money for potentially no project and no gain. So they wouldn't be interested, going through the entire process, they wouldn't be interested in submitting. So it is truly for logistic reasons, not intended to send a negative message to a neighboring community, just the feedback based on the engineers that we deal with every day.
Councillor Lyon.
So just share a bit more feedback as well. Is that because this was an unusual process to start with, that we're forced into rescinding it's not something we normally do? And I know that we have many engineered projects that are sitting on the shelf. That work has been done, ready to go, or so I've been told, that we have. This is not outside of what we do here in Clearwater County. We do engineering work, we do consulting, or we hire consultants to give us background information as to what a project may cost or what is needed with a bridge. And that's even some of the fundamentals we use to make those budget decisions of when we pull the trigger on a project. And it's served us well to have that background, engineering, mechanical, environmental, what have you, on the shelf, ready to go, because we have been very successful in being proactive in our projects. And I'm just a little concerned that this one doesn't seem to hold the same importance. And in fact, that small gesture we did make is being retracted by this motion.
COMs.
Thank you, Swanson and Councillor Lyon. And again, the difference in the process on this one, truly not being treated different other than this isn't a project. The other projects you're talking about were engineered and sitting on the shelf, so the work was done. The engineers were paid for. So the cost to submit a quote or a tender was covered by the successful acquisition of an engineer to do the work. The motion administration has today is to procure, not do the work. So therefore, it would cost the engineers money to put in a tender with no way to potentially recoup. They can't even say I was unsuccessful. This successful bidder may get nothing. And that would be the difference.
Okay.
I could keep going, but
Oh,
I think I really want to stress that there is a viewpoint outside of this room, even that this is being obstructive to a project that we've long since defined as being a priority. In fact, numerous times I've heard it mentioned around this table that restricted surplus that sits there and has been added to as the estimates of the cost go up. That's our true indicator to our ratepayers that this is an important project. We're not setting money aside for a helicopter landing pad on Mars. We're setting money aside for a project we believe is important, and it has been sitting there for some time, waiting for a moment that conditions are right. And I think we've had the feedback that this mysterious third partner is probably not coming to the table. I mean, I don't think I'm sharing a secret that the federal government doesn't really build county roads. Anytime that they've been involved, it's because there's some other additional program that would fit. I think even the First Nation got money for their portion of it for some sort of an environmental concern. It wasn't directly. So unless we're prepared to be shovel ready for these kinds of projects, we will never get that third partner. And we're just kidding ourselves that that $8 million is going to do the work. I think how you are prepared for the future is to plan for the future. And planning requires the detail that our administration has told us they need to have to give us the estimates so that council can budget come fall for the projects that are upcoming. And I know administration has looked at us looking at not only next year's budget, but years and years down the line. So we know that budgeting is a high priority for this administration, for this council. And we're just trying to show that we're proactive and we're taking advantage of the good planning and foresight that we've done on every other aspect of our community. And maybe a little bit of a gap that needs a bit of a pull-up here. And I don't think in a $25 million or $24 million project, investing $150,000 in more detailed engineering at this stage would be a waste. Being we have to be able to go forward as those opportunities for this mysterious third partner come up. Sorry, I'm on a soapbox. I'll just be quiet now.
All right. So Councillor Cermak, you would like to add a comment?
Yeah. Do we really need to procure an engineering service to give us what that road's gonna cost to do? No, we've already got a price on what that road's gonna cost without any engineering procurement. I mean, when you bring a project to us, you give us an estimated cost. And usually your costs are above what it normally costs. You usually come back with us and say, well, this particular project, we just saved $300,000 on doing a final cost when we knew that we had the money secured. We say, the council has said, that we will assure $8 million is there, our share of 1/3 of this road. And that's as far as we've gone so far. If I'm misinformed, please inform me that I'm wrong, but that's what I understand about this project. That we're gonna spend $8 million and that's it. And we don't need to have a procured engineering service to do that.
Do you have a comment?
Yeah, boy, oh boy. So, there again, it goes right back to the process, and then that, for a council to make that decision there that we're discussing with the rescinding there, it's to say levels of complication. We do not need to procure engineering. It's not a requirement of anything at this time. For a project of 25 million, we should procure engineering services for. Like I say, if we're ready to go to detailed design and project management, that is a large enough dollar amount that if we're ready to go with a project of that magnitude, it should be put out for procurement. Right now, we currently actually have, with discussions with the Ochis on their current design, we actually have an engineer that's been working on other projects with us there, on every other project. So, we just bring him in on an hourly basis, very familiar with the project. He's been working on this project since 2014. He's been, I think in 2014, he might have been actually personally running the survey equipment, actually collecting the data. And ever since then, he's been involved in us, providing these updated estimates that we brought every 2 years since 2014 to get us to where the point we are today. We've done all this preliminary engineering to get us to a point where we're at a breaking point though. Like, we're not a breaking point, we're at a next phase. In order for us to go to that next phase, to go into with the permitting and the tender development, we should go through a procurement process to ensure that, we are meeting our trade compliance agreements. Some grants are actually require, that I think the Ochis identified that to us that they had to procure engineering services for their bridge project. It was a condition of their grant. Today, we don't have those conditions in our grant, but it is through our free trade agreements there that we, on over a certain value amount, that you do. So there again, this wasn't a staff recommendation to procure engineering services because we don't feel that it's necessary at this time. That was a request from the Ochis. So I can certainly understand the issues and the trouble that the council has navigating this, but one thing assurance I can provide is that any engineering work that we would require to assist with a grant application or climate management, or if there was a benefit of if we need to use engineering services to apply for a grant, we would we would incorporate those in, like say, upon an hourly basis from an engineering firm. The procurement would only be if we're gonna move forward with the project. Really, that's when we should do it, right? From now, it's like, there's no point in doing it if we're not gonna do the project. Thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Councillor Cermak, I'm confused. You're saying now that we don't need any additional information, but in the previous motion, you wanted more information. So I'm not sure how we can find a way forward.
I don't think I said I didn't want more information. I said the information that we've given out is that we are willing to spend $8 million on this road, and that's it.
Okay. Yes.
And now we need more information about what these letters and what O'Cheese is telling us.
Oh, I agree, that's confusing as well.
Yeah, very confusing. What O'Cheese actually, I mean, I think the bottom line is that they want to see the road paved, and I agree, I think it probably does need to be paved, but I'm only willing to motion to pay $8 million, and that's total. Not 50%, not 75, not even 45. I'm willing to pay a third, which is one $8 million bill.
Okay, Director Hansen, can you give us an idea of what the base pave work would do to bring the that road to a gravel standard that's prepared for pavement?
Sorry, you have to repeat that question.
Sorry. What would the approximate cost be to upgrade that road to a gravel standard, a base paved gravel standard?
Yeah, I believe in the estimates that we had split out, I think it was around 10 and a half or 11 million for the grading. It was just about equal between the split. Maybe 12 for paving and 10 for, or let's say, if you're taking the 25 million, around 10 million. Again, I don't have the estimate right in front of me today. It was about 50% of the cost there to reconstruct it, and then the gravel, the granular, and the asphalt was another 50%. They was pretty close, but
okay.
Yeah.
So then if Alberta Transportation and Economic Corridors would come in on a 50-50 basis to take us to a base paved gravel standard, we would be under the 8 million.
Yes.
If the total is 10, then would
11,
be
yeah,
5 or each or so.
Yeah, I'd say even just for the round numbers, we'd call it 12. And if it was 50-50, of course, it'd be 6 each, right?
Yeah.
What you have done is always you've lost the leverage for your third funding partner, unfortunately. But then I guess you can put yourself in a position that the pavement doesn't happen unless it's with a third partner. Like I said, and we kind of discussed this before in strategic planning as well, about some of the strategies that are involved and I guess the risk, right? And it's always been the opinion of historic councils and this council is that, going in on that 1/3 basis there provides you the leverage to say that, we don't start until we have that third partner. And once you commit to the grading, reconstructing that, then it's tough to go back after the fact. It's like applying for a grant after you've done the work. Doesn't happen.
But we would have a road ready if there were grants for paving.
Yeah, absolutely. If council decides to move forward with the detailed design, that's over the next 8 to 10 months. We've talked about that before, $150,000. We've kind of laid out that roadmap, if that was approved. Construction could potentially start next year. That's always been on the table as an option, absolutely. And then you'd be looking for, but then there was that financial commitment that you've taken on 50% of the cost of the reconstruction. And then the paving funding would be a problem for the future.
Well, there would still be, between the two partners at least, there would still be that 2/3 share of the paving funding.
Yeah, there'd be residual money left over to partially to move forward with that, and then there'd be, right, yeah.
Yeah, and to potentially attract a third or other partners to fund the paving portion.
Okay, we'll go, I'm not sure who was on first, go Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. That was actually gonna be my question, is how much per kilometer is base pavement? So you already answered my first question by saying that, you know, even if it goes 12 million, 10 to 12 million, that keeps us under our $8 million commitment and gets a safer road for that community. And gets it ready for if a mysterious third partner ever comes. Now, my perspective on the federal government coming to the table to pave that road, they are buying a $13 million bridge. So they are a partner already on the safety of this road. So that is probably one of the reasons why they're not gonna come to the table even more. They already have committed $13 million for the bridge. So in essence, we did get the third partner already. They got the third partner already. The nation did, because there would have been no point in paving a road to a restricted bridge that you couldn't even drive a fire truck across. So, well, not a loaded one anyway, not one with water in it, which is pretty useless to go to a call. So the federal government is already building a bridge. So I think that it is then behoove us with our provincial partner to at least bring this road to a base pave standard, which is still then increasing the safety of that road and that community. And our residents, they go out there every day to work at the school, to work at the health center, to drive school buses, to work on that community every single day. And those are our residents that are out there doing that too. So I think that this is a good step forward.
Okay. I believe that what administration has suggested as far as rescinding the motion and doing a reset is to find some clear expectations. I think, as stated earlier, that the two letters are a bit conflicting. I agree, that third of the bridge, absolutely, but it's not on our property. It is on the nation, and it's, if it was part of Clearwater County, I would say absolutely the federal government has stepped up. But this is still a resource road. It's the federal government, under my understanding, it can contribute to a resource road, as that's what we have always continued to call it. So with something like this, I don't think that going to a gravel base pave is going to satisfy the nation. They want it paved. So this is not going to end after a gravel base pave. Will it be safer? I agree, but it isn't gonna end. And so we then continue to push this on to further into the future, however the next council and council after that, or whoever has to do that. So where we start and where we stop, and I have to agree with administration when they say once you start down the process of going 50-50 with the province, the third partner, whatever we get, is not going to surface either. So it is a conundrum. Good discussion again, but we do have to come to a conclusion. There is a motion on the floor, and that is Councillor Cermak's motion on the floor to rescind the motion 442-2025. So before I forget to make a vote, I would like to maybe call the question, and then we can continue on with the conversation. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed, before I call the vote.
Thank you, and I heard a number of comments around ownership, and sitting in this chair, I have received an education over the last 8 years. I was under maybe the mistaken impression that we have a duty and a responsibility to the road, but we are not the owners of the road. It is, we truly manage that on behalf of the province, but maybe something's changed and I'm wrong there. But please correct me if I'm wrong or right, please.
Go ahead, Director Hansen.
No, you're absolutely right there. You know, of course, Clearwater County is in care and control of all the roads, but they are invested in the Crown as it was described. So it is still provincial property. We are in charge with. Oh, somebody else could, maybe Rick, and if, I'm gonna try to quote how the MGA's written.
And I think that's part of what the challenge is that we have here. We do have as a council, we have a duty and a responsibility. I think the highest of those priorities is providing for a safe community. And if we're managing, and maybe we're not, but if we're managing the safety of this road on behalf of the province, and the province is willing to invest in that same thing, this is a great partnership. I think we should treat it as a success rather than it being a problem. I think just about any other spot in Clearwater County, if we had promises of equal participation in a project, we would be blowing up the balloons and cutting a cake. And I'm a little puzzled why we've let this one languish as long as we have. But I guess related to the motion before, I haven't changed my mind yet. I will not be supporting the motion to rescind.
Okay. All right. Director Hagan?
Thank you, Reeve. To provide clarification, Clearwater County does own roads and bridges. If you look at our financial statements, there's a very significant number there representing equity and tangible capital assets. The majority of those numbers are roads and bridges. So those are the roads and bridges that the province has assigned to Clearwater County. We have ownership of those. Not every road in Alberta. There are many provincial roads. The ones that show up on our books are ours.
Okay, so that is truly a departure from the education I have received over the last 8 years. If I were in a university right now, I would be considered a specialist, I would have many diplomas. And so this is a departure from my understanding. I understand the concept of tangible capital assets, so we can balance based on those assets disappearing through use and time. But I've never seen a municipality put one up for sale. I've never seen them cut up little pieces and sell it to another municipality. It just doesn't seem to be that kind of ownership. But maybe I'm mistaken.
Director Hagan?
And my education continues.
Well, in the 10 years I've been here, involved in presenting financial statements, it's always been clear, I thought, that's why they're on the financial statements on our balance sheet, is because the county owns those assets. Saleability is a whole different question. No argument that we don't sell roads and bridges, but we need to reflect them. That was the premise of the change to the tangible capital assets accounting treatment back about 10 years ago. Previous to that, for all intents and purposes, any expenditure on a road or a bridge was expensed. And there was recognition that other entities capitalize and recognize those assets and amortize them over their useful lives. Municipalities were brought under those accounting requirements under the public sector accounting. So clearly, we own them, we amortize them, we're responsible for replacing them, short of any provincial grants coming or anything like that, or federal grants. But I can confirm, we own them.
Okay. Director Magnus, do you have a comment? No? Okay, all right. All right, so the motion's on the floor to rescind, and I would like to call a question on that first. And then I'm going to respectfully suggest that we table this item for a bit because we do have a 2 o'clock delegation here. And Councillor Melhoff, do you have something to offer before I call the question?
Yeah, on this particular motion, please. Mr. Emmons, was our letter, the June 27th letter that was written to go out to the Ochis, was that sent? The letter that was addressed to the Ochis was addressed June 27th, specifically related to this motion that was in that letter. We stated that this decision, and the motion is above it, saying that we made this motion. This decision demonstrates Clearwater County's ongoing commitment to this project and willingness to take meaningful steps forward in partnership with the Ochis First Nation. Rescinding this motion means that we are no longer willing to take meaningful steps towards partnership. And so I still stand behind not rescinding this motion to ensure that we are still committed to being a meaningful partner with the Ochese First Nation.
Okay, thank you for the comment. I fully intend to have a further discussion we still need to direct administration after we rescind this motion to find a clearer path. So I guess I would say I understand where that letter's coming from, but I also know that having a clearer path forward for clear information is important to both organizations. And so I'm hoping for that after we table and come back to this here in a little bit. But anyway, I will call the question. Those voting in favor to rescind 44-2-2025. Those in favor. Those opposed. Motion's defeated. Okay. I will make the motion to table this item until further on in the meeting. All those in favor? Thank you. Okay, so we have a delegation here for one of our closed items, and because of where we are in our, I'm going to respectfully ask that we move to closed session and then come back to finish off the meeting afterwards, so. Let's go for a quick 2-minute break and then we'll go into our closed session, please. All right, welcome back from our quick break. We're going to move ahead into closed session and deal with some items there. So I will look for a motion to go into closed session, please. Councillor Cermak, all those in favor? The motion's carried. And welcome back. We just finished our closed session and we're just gonna have a quick 5 minute, Counselor Cermak's gonna make a motion coming out of closed session.
Before we go
If-
into,
Before I have a break? Okay.
we need to go by 4:30.
Oh, a
Need to have
motion to go
motion
past-
Go by 4:30.
Okay, motion.
And then we can go for a break.
Okay.
And then we'll do another motion after.
All right, Counselor Cermak makes the motion to go past 4:30. All those in favor? Thank you. 5:30. And then we'll go for a quick break. back. Okay, welcome back from our break. There was a motion that was in closed session and was in regards to item 11.5, and I'll let Councillor Cermak make that motion, please.
Yes, the council endorses for signature by the Reeve and Deputy Reeve the written May 2024 to May 2025 Chief Administration Officer Performance Evaluation for Rick Emmons, and approves a one-time payment of 4% of base salary effective May 1st, 2025.
Okay. All right, thank you for the motion. I will, no lights on, questions, go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
I just think it's important that I say why I'll be voting against this today. I totally agree that you guys should endorse his review. However, I do believe that people do hit the top end of their salary range at some point, and that's why I won't be endorsing the one-time 4% base salary payment here today. Although I think you're doing a great job, keep up the great work. I can't endorse that portion of the motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other further comments or questions? All right, I will call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Motion's carried. So there was a in-depth discussion in regards to your performance, and we appreciate all that you have done over this last year, and we know that going forward, you will present council at some point in time. We'll do this is part of the work plan, is that you and I will do a feedback summary or development plans to present to council at a future council or closed session at some point in time. So thank you, CEO Evans. So moving on, we're going to, I'll make a motion to lift from the table item 7.2.1. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Lifting. Motion's carried. And we were discussing possible solutions and what we were looking for next steps. We've had a letter from Ochis in regards to and looking for clarification. So we had two defeated motions. Just to recap, but we are looking for a way forward into what we would like to do for or where we want to take direction, because we have been asked, correct, in this response. So do you have anything to offer council to discuss at this point in time, Mr. Director Hansen?
Yes, thank you, Reeve Swanson. So yeah, the break was good to, gather some thoughts there and try to come up with a solution that really holds true to the intent of the cooperation. Still recognizing, some of the opinions and the strong opinions of some. And so one of the options that we'd like to now present to council was that, so if I could just kind of quote a motion that I've drafted, and feel free, we can edit it or if need be. So that council direct administration to move forward with detailed design of Township Road 42-5A, Ochis Road, in 2026 pending budget approval. So that'll give us an opportunity to make sure that we actually have the funding in place. The procurement process is, there again, back to an administrative process. So that becomes back in the administrative realm. And that the intent is made that, pending budget approval is that we would move forward with detailed design in 2026. And we just feel that would that meet the intent and to keep this project moving forward.
Okay. So that would be staff recommendation. Yes, very good. Councillor Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. While it's not doing it tomorrow, like I would originally love to see happen, this is still moving a project in a forward direction, and I will make that motion.
Thank you, Councillor Melhoff. Any discussion on that motion? I just have a quick clarification before we go into the vote. So through the background of this report, so this does address the detailed design. I assume we're going to continue on the conversation of the the 400 meters after this, so.
Yeah, there's actually two things I'd like to continue to address. One would be the alignment, the approval of the alignment to the standard that need more discussion on. And the other one is rescinding the initial motion that did for the procuring engineering services in 2025. I think it's still appropriate that motion be rescinded and then it basically be replaced with this one for setting out the work plan for 2026.
Okay. All right, so the motion's on the floor in regards to doing the detailed design pending in 2026 pending budget approval for the Township Road 42-4A. Any other comments or questions? Councillor Cermak?
This complete design, is that environmental and everything? So it's the whole gamut.
Director Hansen?
Yeah, so we've presented this information before, so what this would do, this would give us the marching orders there to select an engineer as well as go through, if we're given the funds and the resources available to do it during the budget deliberations, is that we would take that right to tender ready. So that would be all the permitting, everything. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and thank you to administration and to Councillor Melhoff for making this motion. Although it didn't go quite as far as what I was hoping, I think it's a practical solution to a problem before us, and I think we're working forward, create some greater certainty for everybody involved in this, so I think I can support this motion.
Any other comments or questions before I call the question? See no other lights. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. So as Director Hansen has mentioned, we do need to talk about the alignment. This coming off the bridge and our 400 meters. Go ahead.
Yeah, so if I could reiterate, to me, unless council feels that they require more information or clarity from the OCHIS themselves, I still believe that the motion is consistent with the one that we made in June 24th, that we basically have said that we're gonna fund up to 50%, up to the $450,000 to a gravel standard. And that the option 2 that I've presented just provides more substance, I guess, or commitment that we've recognized that this is specific to the realignment and the clarity to be constructed to a gravel standard designed to facilitate future base paving in accordance with Clearwater County policies and standards. I believe, like I said, that combined with the previous motions that were made on June 24th, it's a good place to start the communication back with the OCHIS. Perhaps that isn't what they were looking for, but at least I believe that meets the intent of the conversations that we've had. But I leave it to this group to decide.
Okay, thank you. What is the will of the council? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
This letter that you just motioned to, I read that different than you do. I read that 400 meters, we say we want it to a gravel standard, but the way that I read it, the OCHIS reserve, First Nation reserve, is going to do it to their standard on our property, which will be to a paved standard, and that's not what we want on our 400 meters. That's how I read this letter. So if I take it mine or I take it yours, I need some clarification from the First Nation, the OCHIS First Nations, on what their standard is or what their design is. They're just saying the design is. And they're saying that they don't want us to put any money into it. They're going to pay for both on and off the reserve. Is that what you understand, or are you saying that we're paying $450?
Yeah, so we're together right up until they mentioned about payment, because there's nothing in this second letter that about, yes, they're going to design, yes, they're going to construct, but the payment was not discussed at all in this letter. It was approval of the design, but you're absolutely right, the request for the design is for a paved standard. We're recommending not to a paved standard, but then to provide, to keep this project moving forward, is that we approve the alignment, which is more of the vertical horizontal curve,
Okay.
but to be constructed to a gravel standard. So I'm just trying to kind of jump over the second request, because ultimately you could say, if the original request was approve our design standard, and we'll respectfully decline. And then we'll have to start the conversation again, probably with another letter. Or we say, what, we're happy with the alignment, then, well, this facilitates your bridge construction, but leave it at gravel, please. And as for payment, that was all in the previous letters where payment of who's going to pay for which portion of the road is not addressed in this second letter at all.
Okay.
We're good?
Yeah, just interpretation is, I think this second letter causes more disruption than it does clarification. Sorry to say that, but that's my point of view.
And to be completely fair, I would be happy without a motion at all, and that you support the previous motion, because there's enough content, intent there with the price, which indicates to be a gravel standard. And, you know, that was the intent, that we were going to communicate that 400 meters was to be gravel, and this was the amount that we were proposing. So the alignment adjustment is already implied. At a minimum, it's implied, because that's really not in council's realm. You guys approved the money, you know, how it's going to be treated as the 50% up to $450,000.
Yep.
And administration, we would deal with how the alignment actually works, because it needs to work with the future. So I would also be absolutely fine with if you decided not to make that motion and you just supported the previous motion. I believe the intent is still there.
Okay.
Councillor Lloyd?
Thank you, and I know there was a comment around property. There was some earlier discussion on whether we actually own this road or not. I'm not 100% convinced of what the fact is, but would I be correct in assuming we do not currently have the road allowance to match this alignment and would have to negotiate with the province for Crown land to be able to build that, or am I out of line there?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There are some engineering and road plan amendments that would be required. You know, again, that's something that was inclusive in the design that the O'Cheese has provided, as the engineering and construction in their $1.4 million estimate. So, yeah, that absolutely, you would, from the looks of the alignment, you would have to acquire additional land, get another, increase the RDS or the registered disposition through that area.
And that would be at the agreement of the province to do that. Would I be correct in that? We can't exactly force that. There would be some decision done at a provincial level.
Absolutely, that would be done through an application process.
So theoretically, they could make that negotiation with the First Nation as well, or is that improbable?
Well, it's the engineering firms that would make application probably on our behalf, right? And so it'd still be our name on the property, but it'd be no different than it's with our engineer making that application. It's an expansion of our RDS, because it is a forced road for the most part anyway, so it's not on road allowance, so the whole thing would likely just be an amendment to the existing RDS. But I say they would just make it on our behalf.
Thank you. It's good things are never complex.
No, it's so simple.
There you go. So from what I heard is you don't necessarily need a motion for this alignment, but we would follow the June 24th motion as previously made. And am I correct on that playback? Or you have outlined, because it is alignment, we have already allocated a financial amount to this and where it's coming from, so I think the intent is made. And then you also mentioned there was one other thing that you would like us to do, and that was to rescind that farm? Well, we had made that motion before and it was tied, and so therefore it was defeated. So prior in that. So unless someone wants to change their motion. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Just procedurally, somebody from the prevailing needs to then ask for it to be brought back. But is this even needed now that you have an approved project in 2026? Because you can just procure them December 31st. It's now an approved project. That motion is now passed. So this can now stand and doesn't necessarily need rescinded, or does it still need rescinded? Because it's now an approved project.
Yeah, to me, the intent was, as I was laying out the roadmap to how the motions were to be dealt with, the intent was that this would commence in 2026 when there's actually budget approved. That's why there's a big pending budget approval added on to the end. I believe not rescinding this does take away from that intent.
Okay. Councillor Cermak?
So with this motion that we approved, this project isn't approved then? The budget can stop it?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So in order to rescind this, the motion of 442-2025, so that would be the prevailing, whoever voted in favor would have to say they want to change their vote, correct? Or no, opposed, okay, yes, for sure. Well, it was a tie, technically it was a tie. So there was no balance prevailing. It was defeated, so but yes, so it would be those in opposition. Unfortunately, we don't have Tracy here because she's on holidays, but anyways. All right, so Councillor Melhoff, sorry.
I was with the prevailing, so then I can make the motion to bring this back for reconsideration of council in the same meeting. As part of our procedural bylaws, I think that's the actually appropriate way to say it, is that bring it back to be reconsidered. And the motion that would be reconsidered would then be to have the motion that Councilor or Deputy Cermak made be brought back for reconsideration, which was the rescinding of this motion.
Right. Okay.
Yep. But only if it doesn't change the outcome, and then you can't change your vote like that if it changes the outcome.
All right, so
Anyway,
now
so
we're
I will
at the.
to bring that back.
Yes, so the motion's on the floor to reconsider the motion that was defeated earlier, so, and that was to rescind motion 442. All right, so the motion's on the floor, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Now, Councillor Cermak's motion's on the floor, and that's to rescind that motion. 442 slash I to be rescinded. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. While I don't love that this is being rescinded, I do feel like we made a big step forward in having the detailed design added to the 2026 budget cycle. So I will be supporting rescinding this motion and hope that the new impending elected council makes the right choice and keeps it in the 2026 budget.
Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Is there anything else on that agenda item that you would need to go forward? I think we dotted i's and crossed t's on that. So anyways, thank you very much. So we'll move on now to item 8 in reports, and I'm just gonna respectfully ask, because of time, that we just go through all the reports and just have one fell swoop motion at the end. So we'll just run through each agenda item and go from there. So 8.1 is the CO report. I'll look to CO Emmons, please.
Thank you, Reeve. Council, the July 22nd, 2025 CO report, Alberta Sheriff's Police Service. May 15th of 2025, the Government of Alberta passed Bill 49, which is the Public Safety and Emergency Services Statutes Amendment Act of 2025, which allows the Government of Alberta to take significant steps forward in the creation of an independent agency police service. The IAPS has now been formally established through the regulations, and it is called the Alberta Sheriff's Police Service. The Government of Alberta maintains that the Alberta Sheriff's Police Service is not meant to replace the RCMP, but is intended to work alongside other law enforcement agencies to fill gaps. Municipalities will have the option of receiving policing services directly from their new agency instead of through the RCMP or other means currently outlined in the Police Act. There is still a little clarity currently available on the logistics of these changes. Nordic signage request. At the June 10th regular council meeting, administration was directed to install signs that read residential area, do not use engine brakes, and no parking after complaints were received. The sign installs near Rail Trail and on Clearwater County's portion of the Quarry Road have been completed. Forest Resource Improvement Association grant. In July, Clearwater County successfully received its second FRIA grant for 2025. This project is to continue Fire Smart project units surrounding Nordegg. The $200,000 from FRIA supports further implementation of the Nordegg Fire Smart plan with additional 28.5 hectares of mixed woods, which will selectively be mulched, including trees adjacent to North Subdivision along Nordegg. These additional Fire Smart projects are expected to be completed in the spring of 2026.
I'm hoping that the Fire Smart that happens will also assist with maybe some of the crime prevention in visibility in that north side of the highway. So, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Chief Emmons, you mentioned something earlier about issues where permits expiring for the that second access by the quarry. Could you give me briefly just the whole picture of where we stand with approvals on that road?
Director Hansen.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to work off the list. Alberta Transportation is currently reviewing our roadside development permit. Public Lands has indicated that it's at the field level review for the RDS application. The one permit that Mr. Emmons was referring to was the wetlands, the wetland compensation mitigation permit. I'm getting the terminology wrong, I apologize, but it's to do with wetlands. So there was that was the permit that they came back and there was some residential concerns actually raised about some of the wetlands, wildlife, et cetera. So they actually required a higher level of review on this wetland application. So that added an additional $10,000 to the application process because Mr. Emmons is absolutely correct. Like we had applied for all of these permits prior and because of it expired, but this was a new add-on onto that wetland application. As for the TFO, the SARA or species at risk application is supposed to be done within, I think, like 60 days of when construction is supposed to start. So you have to, there's a window that you have to use, but we have to have all our other permits in place first before you can actually apply for this. So it's very, some of these projects are very, very time sensitive and pending each other. So those are, I think I've listed off most of the active permits there. We're still, we've said for months now that we're hoping by fall that these permits would be in place and hope for, you know, maybe that some of this work can start this winter. And that is still our plan.
And that's still looking possible?
Yeah, absolutely. With the process, I said, we're not anticipating, once, public lands is been one of the largest holdups, because we, still haven't even heard or been indicated whether we had to do First Nations consultation again. Because that was done in the previous, evaluation, that these come back as conditions of these permit approvals. It's not just rubber stamps and saying, thank you for your fee, here's your approval. Here are the conditions that come with this approval. And then you gotta start ticking off those boxes as well. So, complicated and expensive.
Okay, so it's currently with public lands.
Yes.
And what would be the next step?
Public lands, once we actually have the public lands, and then likely, they say, probably First Nations consultation. So that would take that process to make sure there is no recourse or objection from that. And then, say, Alberta Transportation, their roadside development permit to see if they come back with any other comments about design. So we haven't finalized the design because we have to get all our comments back from the agencies as well, right? Because if somebody says no, then you have to change your design or as a different condition.
Okay, I think I understand it and I'm glad I'm not in it. Thank you.
You bet.
All right. So with that, if there's no other things on the council report or the CO report, we'll go into the capital projects report, which I think that's where Councillor Ratcliffe kind of jumped the gun a little bit in the agenda, which is just fine. Is there anybody else have any other questions in the capital project status report update, which now with the rain, things may slow down a little bit with construction, but we need the rain too. So Councillor Cermak.
I need to go back to the Chief Administration Office report.
Oh, you need to go back to the CO report? Okay, sorry. Go
Can
ahead.
you clarify, Mr. Emmons, this new municipal police force that they say that in your spiel there, you said that we could use this new agency instead of the RCMP? Have they clarified any of this, that this is happening, and what happens with our CAOs? Do they upgrade to this new Alberta Sheriff's Police, or do they stay where they're at, or what's happening in all of this? Because I thought at the RMA we voted against the Alberta Sheriffs.
CO comments.
Thank you for the question. So maybe one at a time, our CPOs are accredited as high as CPOs can be.
Okay.
So their duties would not change or be elevated because they truly can't be under what the Solicitor General currently states. So that would remain unchanged. Clearwater County partnering with the town of Rocky and their current enforcement study shows that the RCMP is the most economical route. That's what that study shows. That will be a future conversation. I would suspect it would stay at the ICC until it's ready to come to full council. But for the communities that choose their own police force, then they haven't defined it, but I'm assuming that the requisition they've been taking from rural municipalities for the last 3 years would go towards that choice. So you would have your own police force, like City of Grand Prairie adopted their own, which augments and adds to an RCMP presence. And the assumption I will make, Councillor Cermak, is that augmentation would impact the RCMP and the number of officers you'd be requisitioned, because that need would have to go down by their standards. But that last part truly is an assumption.
So it says that each municipality will have to ask for this service to come to us.
It is a choice.
It's not something that they can impose on us.
At this time, correct.
Okay. I was just kind of confused on how it was worded and what's going to happen. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions in regards to the capital projects? Been busy, been good. Not, I'm gonna move on. Any other questions or comments in regards to the Clearwater Emergency Service reports? June's quiet, July's gonna be booked. Seeing none there, moving on to the councillor remuneration report. Any other comments or questions on that? Seeing none, we have the Caroline 8.5, Caroline Ambulance Annual Report. It was sent out to us and published. Looks like they've been very busy over their year too, so appreciate the volunteer service in that community. And moving on now, we can go to item 8.6, which is a verbal council report. And I'll start with Councillor Malhoff.
I will do my best to keep it super succinct. And McMahon had their 50th anniversary barbecue, so I attended that, and we are truly lucky to have them in our community and as a valued resource for families. So if you do need any family support or even just finding an awesome parent group, reach out to the Family Resource Network in McMahon. Municipal Planning Commission toured some more of the community, and as always, it's great to be able to get out there and see these applications. Boots on the ground make a big difference when you're looking at these permits. And along with Deputy Reeve Cermak, attended the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance's documentary. The river runs through it in Edmonton, and it was very, very cool. They did a wonderful job. And I look forward to, it looks like they're gonna try to do a few more strategic premieres throughout the watershed. And Rocky might be on that list, so we might coordinate with our communications and our ag and community team to try to get one done here in town, considering we're the headwaters. And hopefully we can make that happen, so that'd be great. And I will leave it at that.
I would love a matinee, just that we can get the kids involved. So if I can talk to Rocky Cinemas and see if they can do a couple of matinees, so, yeah, exactly. On a hot day, when it's like, we need the air conditioning. So anyways, but yeah, I've heard nothing but good, so I'm looking forward to seeing that too. Thank you very much for doing that. All right, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and I'd certainly agree with Councillor Malhoff in that it's so good to be boots on the ground with the Municipal Planning Commission to be able to tour these sites and get an understanding of the lay of the land. It really helps us with the challenge when we're faced with how our land was traditionally divided just by drawing lines on a map. And hopefully at a case-to-case basis, we can find the best solutions for moving forward that way. Ultimately, I think my highlight over the last couple of weeks here was being so nicely chauffeured out to Nordegg to be able to take part in the ministry's announcement of the gasification and their support of that project in Nordegg. I think that helps remove some of those barriers in that community, makes it a safer community for the future. And so pleased that I could be part of that. And also it's always good to see the happenings around Nordegg and how it's a bustling, growing community that people are truly enjoying their life there. And I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, I mostly did enjoy that gasification. That was great. There was some pretty good insight that our ministers have of our beautiful land out there. I was amazed at some of the speeches and how much knowledge our premier or our provincial ministers knew about our area. I was kind of blown away by it. I was really impressed. The other thing I was really impressed by was by Jenny and her son acting in the movie. They done a great job. Her son was ecstatic. He was really into it. If you get a chance to see the movie, you gotta go and see it. It's worth just watching Jenny and her son. I enjoyed it immensely. And the other thing that I attended was the Caroline Ag Society. in a meeting, and the Ag Society is going to send, they're going to try to get on to council because of our ice plant out there. They have applied for a $500,000 grant for the ice plant. It looks pretty favorable that we'll probably get it. Our director of Ag has offered a letter and has sent it along with the application for it. The Caroline Ag Society has set aside $400,000 in this, and the ask is probably going to be around the 500 or 600 from the county, because the new ice plant, with taking all the other stuff out of the room where it's at now and putting in the new one outside, is about 1.5. So instead of the million that they said that they needed, we probably got it down to about 600. So I hate to see that it's going to be probably a year before we can get it. And I guess Rick needs to put another quarter in the jukebox so we keep the lights on, but but anyway, they're really looking forward to getting on an agenda and coming and presenting the new updated one, and it's going to be much like the ice plant that is in Rocky. And we went and toured the one in Rocky, and in the last 5 years, Mike, who runs a plant there, said that he has spent $50 in the last 5 years on maintaining that ice plant. So we're pretty positive, so that they want to come in and do a presentation here at the county. And that's it.
Perfect, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. My list is rather short, but I honestly don't feel any less busy, although we have made significant progress with the Fair Hall. So of course I was at the Municipal Planning Commission and at the Nordegg Natural Gas announcement. And you know, in just so far this year, we have brought broadband into that area, and we brought natural gas. So two pieces of infrastructure key to development of the area. So that is great news. I took my councillor drop-in session out to Nordegg last Friday and had great support, same as here. I always take a little drive around the community, and there's a contractor busy installing street lights up in the South Hill there in the older part, historic part of town. So those are going up, and Roll is busy installing fiber optic infrastructure. So great things happening there. Good to see them. That's my report.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gibson?
Mine is very, very, very short. I had my councillor drop-in session. Unfortunately, I didn't have anyone come, which is disappointing. And I also, unfortunately, couldn't go out to Nordegg on the 17th with everyone. And sure looks like I missed out on a lot of information. So that is it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Cermak, for chairing the last meeting. Appreciate that, and for covering.
We missed you.
I had, so I'm just gonna go back up a little bit more, so to the Junes. Because I didn't get to say my councillor report, the last one. Lots happening. I've partaked into 2 Unstoppable meetings, the nonprofit and the business and council meetings. I did go down to Calgary during Stampede. There was a Minister Dreeshen held a Stampede roundup, of which Premier Smith, Premier Moe, Premier Doug Ford spoke for about 20 minutes, and basically in a room of about 800. Most of the cabinet was there. A lot of municipal elected officials were there as well. And so anyways, it was a quick evening because I had to turn around and go to Leduc that night because I had my ASHA Board of Directors strategic planning meeting that started at 8 o'clock the next morning. So anyways, and I did that for the 3 days, which hence I missed the meeting on that, which was really good as well. Again, a couple of meetings now with the Alberta Summer Games Bid Committee since then. And on the 17th, before the Minister Newdorf made his announcement, I toured the Nova Chemical Plant in the morning with the Red Deer Municipal Users Group. Fabulous, unbelievable what they do, totally self-contained. They recycle their water 8 to 10 times. It was interesting that process that was doing. At any one time, they have 850 people working there full stop. And when they do their turnarounds, that can be up to 2,500 people. So it's a busy happening place. So anyways, very thankful that Lacombe County Deputy Reeve John Ireland had made that tie-in. And so I missed the afternoon because it was going to be a tour of the proposed Ardley Dam that's they're doing a study for here in the next year. So looking forward to seeing more about that. I said I wanted a rain check, so I would like to have that tour at some other time, and he promised me that, so that was good. Going forward though, I just had an email here on Friday, and I'm just looking for council's approval. I got invited by the Deputy Minister, Janik Alford. He's with Minister Googlish's department, and it's a day on the end of the month, July 29th. It's called Agency, and it's in regards to AI for public bodies or public services. And so it's a day of, it's around 100 of us that we're gonna be doing kind of a round table in that. So anyways, just looking for council approval to be able to go to that and bring back a report of what I can at that point in time. Councillor Melhoff?
Yeah, I would make the motion for that. Anytime you can get in front of ministers is a value add for sure, and understanding how AI is going to shape the future of local governments and beyond, and hopefully being a part of helping to shape the legislation around the controls around AI, which is what I think this meeting is actually going to be geared towards, is having a voice of how we can control the way AI is developing. I think that's a good thing, so I'll make the motion for your attendance. Look forward to hearing how it goes.
Okay, thank you for the motion. I also look forward to the fact that when our communications report, and it did talk about having policy around AI at some future point in time, so I'm hoping to bring some of that as well, some background. Thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. And that's it for my report. So I guess we'll look for one fell swoop motion for all the reports. If someone would like to make that motion, Councillor Cermak. All those in favor? That's carried, thank you. Moving along then to the correspondence. There's a couple of letters in correspondence. A request from the town of Bentley to attend their parade on the 8th. I know in the past it's been a hit or missed for some of us to go, but if I'm just gonna say we might, I know I'm busy, so it's just that I'm unless it's a necessity, I would like to keep those couple of days for that. So I'm just thinking maybe send a letter of, thank you for the invitation. Councillor Melhoff?
Actually, that's what I was gonna suggest. Unfortunately, I am busy as well, so I was gonna request that you send a thank you on our behalf, unless there was somebody else that was available to go, but it doesn't fit with my schedule either. So if, do you need a motion to that effect, or are you good to just send a thank you very much, and we'll try to be there next year?
Yeah, thank you. So then have one motion to accept correspondence today. Okay, Councillor Gibson makes that motion. All those in favor? That's carried. Moving on now to the notice of motion, and notice is a motion, and so 10.1 to 10.4. So I will turn it over to Councillor Melhoff to read her notice of motion, please.
Thank you, and they are exactly as stated. They're notices, so they're just for you guys to be aware, and they'll come back at I believe the last meeting in August, because we take the first one off in August. And it was merely an oversight that it was not emailed to you as well, Reeve, so I I publicly apologize for it not going out to you as well and simply going to the CAO. I've tried to provide a little bit of a background to each one of them. So a dig once policy, simply to, it's been referenced several times, but in the past, but it's come to light that we actually don't have an official dig once policy, and perhaps we should look into what that could look like for our municipality. The Caroline Revitalization Plan, now that we have the village as a hamlet, I think it's important that we start looking at strategically planning what the future of that hamlet could look like. So there's a notice of motion regarding that. Medicine River Watershed, I sit as the councillor on that. And just to have a notice of motion for our administration to work with Lacombe County to find some options on the future of the watershed, and some things we can do to maybe protect and or bolster up that ecosystem. Reeve, you were at the meeting with Reeve McLaughlin, where he talked about there's many options that we could explore. This is merely a first step in that direction, so that hopefully we can do that. And then at NSWEA, we were talking about natural policy frameworks, and particularly Parkland County has developed one. And so the next notice is merely just an opportunity to see what it could look like for our municipality. Would it be good? Would it be bad? Positive, negatives, all of those things. So just a quick overview, and I look forward to us talking about it further in August.
Yeah, thank you. So with that, I see we've gone through, ticked off all those boxes, so I'm just looking for, Councillor Cermak.
Jenny, I really do appreciate you bringing this forward for the village, the hamlet of Carolina. I don't mean to upset you or anything, but I think there's bigger fish to be fried in Caroline than the playgrounds. I know that they're in bad shape, but the kids are using them. I think it's more important that we have the kids cleaned and washed, and our waste system is up to a standard that we should be proud of. There's streets there, and I understand, talking to the fire department, that they gotta be really careful if there's a fire that they don't slam the hoses on or off, or behind them the street starts pouring out water. It sounds like the infrastructure there needs to be looked at really soon, and wastewater needs to be dealt with. Not saying that we shouldn't be looking at these playgrounds, because I did spend a day or a couple, 3 hours in the Bunty Top one. There's lots there that could be taken care of there. It's in quite not in great shape, but I really insist that we look at our infrastructure and our wastewater be primary on that. I love the motion that you brought forward and you put it in there, our industrial lots and stuff. But the wastewater, I think, has to be a #1 priority, and the streets there. There's some potholes there in Caroline right now that you could lose a small child in almost. It is getting bad.
Councillor Mello.
I couldn't agree with you more. That's why that's merely background and not the motion itself. Those are just examples of what can be included in a fulsome revitalization plan. The motion itself is simply to add revitalization plan to the 2026 budget. That ranges anywhere from wastewater, water, roads, the walking path. It's a fulsome plan.
Yeah.
The background regarding playgrounds and industrial lots, et cetera, is merely that. It's just background. Whereas the motion itself is to include a revitalization plan in the budget, which would then include all of the things that you are mentioning as well. My first notice that I had written as a draft to this was directly related to recreation, and I changed it to be a more wholesome revitalization review entirely to include all that you have mentioned as well. So I don't think it's simply going to look at playgrounds, which is why the motion itself does not look specifically at that. It's a wholesome plan that would involve everything altogether. But we can debate that further in August. But I think that your suggestions around water and sewer are reflected in this as well, if you look at the motion specifically and not just the background.
Yeah, and I also understand Councillor Mahal, that administration is looking real deeply into this. And wastewater and the streets are really a #1 issue, so. I'm glad that we brought this forward and it's out to the public. Thank you.
All right, so if there's no other comments or questions, I'm going to look for a motion to adjourn. Who's going to do it?
Okay, could we do this?
Absolutely.
Maybe we all should do it.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
Let's do it as a group.
There you go. Yeah, nope.
Because our adjournment master isn't here.
There you go. All right. Okay, Councillor Gibson says she'll make that motion. All those in favor? Thank you.